Good morning, everybody. Before the formal meeting starts, I'd just like to remind members that you need to stay in your allocated seats for filming purposes. And I would also like to mention at this point, with sadness, the death of former County Councillor Glenys Blackmore. I will now ask Richard Udall whether he would like to say a few words on behalf of the Labour Group. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Glenys Blackmore was a dedicated member of the Labour movement, and her family had a tradition of serving as well, with her father being a long-serving councillor. She served Worcestershire County Council for 4 years with distinction and with dignity. She went on later, I believe, to become a Catsell Parish Councillor. We in the Labour movement sincerely miss her. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other people who would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. And whilst I didn't know Glenys very well, I was speaking in my mother-in-law's house yesterday, who did know her through the twinning movement within Bromsgrove, and she only had fond words of her through that time, and all I've heard since the sad death is positive thoughts about her, which is not something you can always say about councillors. So she must have been held in really high regard. Our thoughts go to her family and the Labour Group. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other people who'd like to speak? No. We will be having a minute's silence. So if you could please stand, we'll have a minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Okay, we're on agenda item 1, apologies and declarations of interest. Are there any apologies?
Thank you. Only one apology I've received, which is apologies from Councillor May. Okay,
thank you. And are there any other apologies that anyone else would like to be made known? No. And now I'm going to ask for any declarations of interest for the items being discussed today. Councillor Birch.
Thank you. A non-pecuniary interest in agenda item 5. I am a fire service volunteer with the Droitwich Fire Cadets, and my dad serves as a watch commander within Hereford and Worcestershire Fire and Rescue Service.
Thank you. Anyone else? Over to you.
Yeah, also in the interest of pecuniary interest, my husband does work for Hereford and Worcester Fire Service. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you. I'd like to say a few more words about the meeting. As I said earlier, please remain seated where you, when you are called to speak. Obviously, the microphone will pick you up better. A reminder that debate may be robust, but we continue this in chamber to conduct ourselves with mutual respect, and that we do not use personal remarks. Can I ask that there is no unnecessary talking or comments or moving about or leaving the chamber whilst others are speaking? I think that's really important, that we actually treat each other with respect. And I know sometimes it's really tempting to have those sort of stage whispers behind the scenes and talking to your colleagues. But I think it's really important to give people the respect. When someone's talking, you should be listening to them rather than talking amongst yourselves. It's important that you switch off your microphone at the end of speaking. And if you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the yellow voting card and wait to be acknowledged. And we'll be keeping a list. A reminder that speeches are timed and you'll hear a beep at 30 seconds before your allotted time. And there will be a 40-minute lunch break, and that will be taken around about 1 o'clock, depending on where we are on the agenda. We may have an extra break if the meeting goes on quite long in the morning session. Please turn off your mobile phones or set to silent. And I also ask that no food is consumed in the council chamber. And if you wish to raise a point of order, please quote the relevant section. And this should be for genuine points of order rather than just for political point scoring. Thank you. So moving on to agenda item 2, and this is public participation. We have 2 requests to speak at today's meeting. And the first speaker is David Cave, who is presenting a petition requesting enhancements at the junction of Nuggins and Defford Road, Pershore, for safety reasons. Mr. Cave, you have 3 minutes to present your petition. A reminder that you will hear a beep at 30 seconds before your allotted time. Over to you, Mr. Cave.
Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just a bit of background to our petition. The Abbotswood Medical Centre in Pershore opened in 1992 and expanded in 2016 to allow for population growth. It now serves more than 12,000 patients, supported by around 50 staff and a rural dispensary that serves 6,500 patients, all living more than 3 miles from the medical centre. The only vehicle access is from a narrow cul-de-sac called No Gains, which lies off the busy Defford Road. The centre's catchment stretches from Kempsey to Breedon, from Inkbarrow over towards Evesham. Most patients travel by car and use the 52 spaces in the centre car park. Public transport is not practical for the sick and disabled, nor the thousands of rural patients. On 2 separate planning applications in 92 and 2016, proposals to widen the bend from Defford Road into No Gains were not supported by Highways Department, even though land is available and the need was and remains clear. Sadly, even simple measures like proper road markings or right-of-way signage were not addressed. Strangely, Highways also closed safe wheelchair access from Defford Road. This leaves 2 long-standing major safety issues. First, the narrow bend into No Gains and the carriageway itself is too tight for modern wide vehicles to pass side by side, regularly forcing cars onto the pavement and putting wheelchair users, pedestrians, and the children living close to the entrance at risk. Second, visibility from the car park exit is usually blocked by parked vehicles, creating daily near misses and regular collisions caused by poor visibility and confusion over right-of-way. Quite frankly, watching vehicles manoeuvre around each other at busy times in No Gains looks like Strictly Come Dancing for cars. Safety and accessibility for patients, staff and residents at one of the county's GP medical facilities should be a high priority. It would seem obvious that new homes developers ought to bear the costs of improving infrastructure. Every new home needs safe access to a GP. I'll repeat that, every new home needs safe access to a GP. 782 people have signed our petition calling for access and safety improvements. The last administration did nothing in 30 years. We trust you will respond proportionately, positively and collaboratively. Thank you for listening. Could I give you the petition?
Thank you very much. You will get a written response in due course. Thank you. The next public speaker is Anthony Thulcher, who is presenting a petition requesting the council review and reverse the current priority traffic system of Regent's Park Road and reinstate the original 2-way traffic layout. Mr. Thulcher, you have 3 minutes to present your petition, and a reminder that you will hear a beep at 30 seconds before the end of your time. Over
Thank
to
you. The introduction of the priority lane on Regent's Park Road has created a number of unintended but entirely avoidable problems that are affecting residents on a daily basis. First, congestion has significantly increased. During school runs, peak commuting hours and weekends, traffic entering the Oakles regularly queues back towards the roundabout. When the A448 is busy, traffic is actively encouraged to use the Oakles as a rat run, blocking Regent's Park Road and preventing residents from getting in or out of the estate. Video is available via the online petition. Second, the scheme has caused driver confusion and hesitation. Visibility when approaching the priority lane from the Oakles Island is extremely poor. You cannot see clearly what is coming down the road. Although a hedge has been trimmed slightly, it will grow back, making visibility even worse. This leads to standoffs, hesitation and unnecessary delays. Third, road safety has reduced. Drivers are either accelerating to beat the priority section or braking sharply when unsure who has right of way. Residents are reporting frequent near misses, aggressive behaviour and drivers sounding horns at vehicles that are already committed to the narrow section. Fourth, there are increased noise pollution levels caused by vehicles idling while waiting in the priority section to clear, something that did not occur under the previous layout. Importantly, there have been no demonstrated improvement in traffic flow or safety compared to the former two-way arrangement, which functioned smoothly for many years without accidents or daily conflict. The priority direction favours traffic coming from the Bromsgrove Highway and does nothing to discourage rat running through the estate. This leads to key questions. What traffic modelling or evidence was used to justify this decision? Residents were not consulted as per County Council policy. The stopping sight distance is inadequate with the DMRB standards say a minimum of 100 metres is required. There is only 65 metres at best over the crest after all Worcester Crescent. Has there been a Stage 2 road safety audit carried out, and if so, can we have the findings, please? Residents with the community impact, residents who have lived here for decades report this road as now feels less safe, less efficient than any point before. Within days of the change, people have experienced near collisions, extended delays and complete blockages back to the island. One resident described being almost hit head-on by a driver who refused to stop despite the resident already being in a narrow section. Others report waiting several minutes to enter the estate while traffic from the highway continues uninterrupted. So our request, we respectfully ask the Council to remove the current priority lane system on Regent's Park Road, reinstate the previous two-way traffic layout, which worked effectively for many years. If traffic calming is still considered necessary, residents suggest a safer alternative. A central pedestrian refuge with railings, as per the original drawings, a humped zebra crossing, right lanes into Abbey Close and Green Park Road, high contrast red anti-skid central markings to improve visibility. This approach would slow vehicles naturally, improve pedestrian safety and maintain traffic flow. And in summary, this scheme has created a problem where none previously existed and residents asking for it to be urgently reconsidered and reversed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I'll ask that you receive a written reply in due course. Thank you. Now moving on to agenda item 3, which is the minutes. May I sign these as a correct record of the minutes of the last meeting? Agreed? Thank you. Thank you very much. Agenda item 4, Chair's announcements. I'd like to draw your attention to the document that was previously emailed to you 1 or 2 days ago, and I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to the recipients of this year's New Year's Honours for well-deserved awards. Particularly, since we have the fire service here today, Roger Phillips, OBE as well. Thank you. So that brings us on nicely to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 5, which is the Fire and Rescue Authority. Please turn to pages 1 to 10, and I would like to welcome Jonathan Price, the Chief Fire Officer, who is here with us today. In a few moments, I will invite Councillor Hannah Robson to present the report. Councillor Robson is the Vice Chair of the Fire and Rescue Authority and will answer any questions on the functions of the authority, and the Chief Fire Officer will answer any questions about operational matters. At the end of the presentation, I will invite questions on the report page by page. And with the agreement from group leaders, in review of the amount of things that we are discussing today, I propose that we allocate 30 minutes to questions. But any questions which are not raised at the end, they can be submitted and they will be dealt with by a written answer afterwards. Okay. So I'm now going to ask Councillor Robson to introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. We're here today to look at the annual report for the Hereford and Worcester Fire and Rescue Authority. This is an authority that is well run and efficient thanks to the hard work and dedication of the senior officers made under the Chief Fire Officer's leadership. With significant shortfalls in funding from central government under the Fair Funding Review, the Fire Chief and his team have worked very hard to resist any change to frontline services thus far. However, looking forward, it is likely that frontline services will face change, which is not a decision taken lightly. The Chair and myself have written to the Fire Minister along with the National Fire Chief Council to request a review of the funding, especially to those worst affected by the latest funding round, like Hereford and Worcester. I'll now hand you over to the Fire Chief, who will give you an overview of the report, and then we'll take questions after. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Hannah. It would probably be remiss of me not to follow on from Hannah's point there with regard to funding. As I've got so many politicians in front of me, I think I'd be foolish to take this opportunity. This current year we're in found ourselves, due to a number of central government changes, £1.2 million short, which is the cuts I've had to make this year from our roughly £46 million revenue budget. We've managed to achieve that this year without affecting the frontline services, as I promised the Fire Authority. But unfortunately, having received our settlement at Christmas time, we find ourselves potentially, a funding floor was put in place, but it's insufficient, and we find ourselves around another £1.2 million short this year, and that's without taking into account any inflationary rises that we predict later on in the year may well see us around another £0.6 million short. So over up to 2029, that could well see the Fire and Rescue Authority short around £3 million. Which is a significant sum out of a £46 million revenue operating budget. We are working very hard with National Fire Chiefs Council on the funding formula, which consultation closed yesterday. We're working very, very hard to try and persuade government and the Fire Minister, Samantha Dixon, to raise the floor from 2% to around 3.8%, which would put us back to an even MTFP. I'm unsure whether we will be successful, but I've had great support from Fire Authority members, local members of Parliament, and also through colleagues at the National Fire Chiefs Council. I will obviously keep the Fire Authority and the public updated of what we will need to do this forthcoming year as things develop and as we get more certainty on those figures. But it is my unfortunate position to have to outline that to the members of this chamber, that at the moment the finances do not look good, and I think it would be impossible for me to take nearly £3 million out of a £46 million budget without having to affect frontline services. So it may well be likely that some frontline services may have to change in the next year or two based on central government funding reductions. All of which is based upon achieving the maximum permitted council tax rise, which if the authority does not vote in favour of, then we would be even further in deficit. Sorry to start the meeting off on that very happy note. I'm aware members probably have questions, so I didn't really intend to go through the report, and I know the Chair will go through the report page by page. I would say it has been despite the financial situation, it has been a very positive year for the Fire and Rescue Service. You will note in particular we had a busy operational period this summer. I say summer because actually it was spring and summer. We had a very dry, hot, prolonged period, as members will recall, well over a 6-month period. We had lots of measures in place to deal with long, hot, dry summers and the effects of that with regards to outdoor fires. We worked very successfully this year. I'm very pleased with the infrastructure and the training and the resources we have in place and how we responded to that. Equally, as your Fire and Rescue Service and our Community Risk Management Plan that we refreshed and members approved in October 2025 shows we also have a very keen focus on where we are right now in winter, and that there's a high likelihood that Herefordshire and Worcestershire, which I now think is a semi-aquatic environment if I'm entirely honest, is likely to have more floods pretty much every year. We are very well equipped to deal with that, and I think we probably have some of the best provision in the fire services across the United Kingdom, and we're almost at the end of completing a project to make sure that every single fire station has firefighters in dry suits that can enter the water, which I don't believe exists anywhere else in the United Kingdom. So from an operational perspective, we've been very successful. We made some changes through 2024 into 2025 that members will be aware I spoke about last time. Those changes have been implemented, and the published reports that are available online through the Fire Authority's website will outline to members the success of those changes and that the benefits that I promised have been realised. If I moved into the other two key strategies that we present around prevention and protection, we have, since I became Chief Fire Officer in 2021, we did under 4,000 home fire safety checks a year. We now consistently do around 7,500 home fire safety checks. I'm very, very pleased that we've increased that amount. We particularly target elderly people because that is what data shows us are the most likely demographic. People over 65 living on their own, usually with health issues, are the most likely people to die in a fire. Equally, we do road traffic collision prevention work, and we target young people there, although interestingly, older drivers are starting to emerge as a trend through that process. But we very much use data to drive and target those people who we believe are most at risk of dying or being seriously injured. That's not to say we will not provide a service, of course, to the entire community. And then finally, with protection, some members, particularly around Worcestershire Centre, will know of some of the actions we've taken around prohibiting the use of certain buildings. But we carry out well over 1,000 fire safety inspections in commercial and business premises throughout the year, and we occasionally obviously have to take enforcement action when necessary, but we also put in place a lot of other enforcement action around getting businesses to improve the condition of their buildings. I'll probably pause there, Chair, if that's useful.
Thank you. So having said that we're going to do this page by page, I'm going to propose that we do this 2 pages at a time. So I can see a couple of people who have indicated, yeah, got a big list coming up, thank you. So I'm going to take questions first of all for page 1 and 2.
Councillor Hartman. No, I've got a whole list of people.
I don't think it's going to, I don't expect. I'm not going to restrict you to doing page by page. Ask the question you want and be clear what you're going to be talking about. Okay, so I've got Councillor Hardman first.
Thank you very much, Chairman, may I just welcome the Fire Chief to our meeting. Thank you very much for attending. Unfortunately, there's been considerable speculation in Breedon over response times due to a minor fire that took place at the Fox and Hounds pub. The problem being, of course, the Fox and Hounds is a very historic building and is thatched. And there's considerable speculation that the response time was extremely slow, and that was due to our lack of coordination with Gloucestershire Fire Service. Could I ask the Fire Chief to give me reassurance that this won't happen in future and we are able to stick to the response times as listed in the report?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. You did, I'm not going to pretend it's magic, Councillor Hardeman did give me a slight heads up on this about 10 minutes ago. The first time a call was received at 02:22 in the morning, and the first fire engine from Hereford and Worcester was in attendance at 02:45. That's a 23-minute total time for mobilisation and travel. Looking at the normal road speed, driving at road speed between where Pershore is to Breedon would be around 15 minutes. So I would expect that, allowing crews the time to respond into the station and get out. That seemed perfectly normal to me. Unfortunately, social media is, it's not unusual for people to speculate that it's taken us much longer to get there, and I'm sure if your property is on fire, every minute feels like 10. I absolutely sympathise that it feels a lot longer, but I have the data and the specifics showing me that is perfectly with what I would expect. I would also state we meet around our attendance expectations around 84% of the time. We divide up around every fire station area into 10, 15 and 20 minute zones, and we examine pretty much every life risk and serious call as to whether we met that attendance time, which we do around 84% of the time. The main cause is reason we might not get there in the time we would expect. So if it was 10 minutes, it may take us 12. Usually is people giving us the wrong address, or weather conditions, or road traffic conditions, or delays, or roadworks. Those are the things. Crews don't deliberately try and drive slowly to fires. We monitor it closely and it's reported to the Fire Authority on a quarterly basis, but yeah, if members could always pass through to me any speculation around slow attendance, we're happy to give you the facts, which invariably demonstrate a slight difference from, I believe, the 40-minute time that was believed in Breedon, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, and thank you very much, John, for coming. And I've got to say personally, from my experience as a volunteer, the support that yourself, Guy, and AD Elliott have given us has always been strong. But of course, there are It would be remiss of me if I didn't have one or two questions for you. First of all, just in terms of, you speak about investment into continuing to support these our fire stations. Now, there's been a few instances over the past couple of years where there's been, for example, at Bromsgrove and Droitwich, where the rear gates don't open, where monitors haven't been replaced, at Droitwich Fire Station, where doors haven't been able to be opened and haven't been replaced in a timely fashion. What commitment can you give that this sort of remedial works is going to be done in a timely fashion? And secondly, on the topic of prevention, with these frontline cuts which are coming out, I fully appreciate the reasons why and the importance of prevention. Within Droitwich, they've been told that they're no longer allowed to have community groups visit the station, and also that they shouldn't be, during operational hours, visiting around the town at various community events. Now, things like that are very important when it comes to getting those leads so they can go and do those home fire safety visits that they're expected to do. So from your point of view, do you agree with me that it is important that those community groups can visit the stations and meet the crews, and that the crews can go and visit various community events so they can get those leads and go and do those home fire safety visits?
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Councillor. I'm probably going to disagree with you on both. So firstly, I have 26 buildings. I get no capital funding from government. It's all funded from my revenue budget. I spend well over £500,000 in maintaining, looking after properties, plus £500,000 on property contracts. Low priority matters such as doors not opening, no, I can't give you assurances that will be fixed very quickly. And we're actually in the process, having built a brand new joint Redditch and police station, brand new fire station in Broadway, £16.6 million brand new build in Herefordshire. My property team are very busy providing us with brand new assets. I would love to see improvements with the minor property issues, but those are organisational matters that, yeah, sometimes the low priority stuff doesn't get done as quickly as I would like or to the standard. But my team, which is one person, bearing in mind I've just made £1.2 million of cuts this year without touching the front line, means I have a very limited management resource. And the further I'm cut, the less managers and people I've got to deal with the issues such as you outline. So no, I can't give you those guarantees, but our property actually is in a very good condition. We've got lots of new buildings, and as I outlined in the report, every full-time occupied location has been rebuilt or refurbished, with the exception of Droitwich, which I've outlined the plan for. With regards to prevention, this is a challenging one, and you're absolutely right. I have given a clear direction, and that is supported by my fire authority members who are well apprised of our prevention strategy. I touched on, firstly, the limited resources I've had and how I've tried to squeeze and target those people most at risk. The challenge that I have, if, for example, and I do not pick on Droitwich, but you've used them as an exemplar, if Droitwich Fire Station are driving around the town spending an afternoon doing community events, how many people over 65 or 70 are not having smoke detectors put up in their house as a result? Because my data shows me those are the people who are likely to die and be injured in fires. That is my choice. And equally, when I'm using my available capacity to deal with community events which are nice to do, how many road traffic collisions am I not preventing? How many house fires am I not preventing? So it's very, very challenging for me to tell my crews that I want them to deliver and target those most at need, and then I'm happy for them to spend. And because we have a lot of community groups in our area, they could be spending over the year days showing young children around fire engines, which is wonderful. I'm not disputing the value of it, but from an efficiency and a business point of view and targeting those people who are at risk, I'm just about to be inspected by Her Majesty's Inspectorate. They will be challenging me very strongly on the efficiency of the organisation and how and who I am targeting based on risk. And it's very hard for me to justify that, for example, children being shown around a fire engine present that level of risk. Now, clearly, we use our volunteers, clearly we use our fire cadets, and clearly there is some small latitude for them to use some time for certain events. And generally speaking, I encourage the stations to hold an open day every year, which allows all parts of the community to come and visit their fire service. That is far more time efficient than me allowing fire crews to go out and spend day after day after day through the summer attending fetes and events when otherwise, in my view, they should be in people who are living on their own with health risks, mobility risks, who are potentially going to die in a fire. That is my job, and I have a legal duty for prevention. That is not me being cruel or dismissive of the value of community engagement, but I have to run an efficient service. And unfortunately, I'm held to account for the number of home fire safety checks I deliver, not how many fetes I visit.
Thank you very much. Councillor James.
Fab, thank you. Good morning. And I just want to start by saying, a big thank you. I'm sure everyone agrees that anyone who works in the fire service does an amazing job. I think this is perhaps more of a politician question to the politicians. I'm concerned that we've said that we are at a point where we are trying to persuade a government to properly fund fire service. I don't think we should ever be in a point that we are persuading someone to support people that save lives. I think that's a shameful record on, if that's the government's position. But we said that we're approaching the Fire Minister. Have they responded? And then the county does have 2 MPs in the government's party. Are they doing anything other than not talking in Parliament about this matter? Are they responding? And what is happening to protect our fire service?
If I may, because I've been doing a lot of the engagement myself on behalf of the Chair and Vice Chair, so it might be easier, and obviously Hannah can step in. Yes, the 2 Labour MPs we have been very good. I've spoken to both Chris and Tom. Tom has been trying to get a meeting, and I know Chris has also spoken and met with the Fire Minister. There are 5 fire and rescue services who are very badly done by, and the reason behind that, for members' awareness, is that Hereford and Worcester, along with 4 fire and rescue services in the North East, a large part of the funding formula is calculated on average population growth, and these 5 fire and rescue services we have lower than national average population growth, and that is quite detrimental. The government did listen because we lobbied very hard, and the Chair and Vice Chair, Hannah and Roger, and MPs and local politicians have really helped us, and that's all of our MPs, by the way, not just Tom and Chris. They have worked very, very hard to lobby on our behalf, and we did get a funding floor put in place. This should have been a 3 million cut, and it's turned out to be 1.1 million. So there is a measure of success, but unfortunately the funding floor was put in at 2%, not where it needed to be for us, the last 5 fire and rescue services at 3-point-something%. I completely endorse and back up your views. No, as a professional chief fire officer and serving for nearly 34 years, no, I don't think we should be begging government for money just to stay afloat. The message that I have given to all of our ministers, and I think it quite surprises them, is I'm not asking for any more money. I'm just asking you not to take the money I've got. I'd love more money, but I'm a realist.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Paul Bennett.
Hi. You mentioned £3 million out of £46 million. That's a 6.5% reduction that you were having to make. Is that, yeah, that's accurate. Does that include inflation? Because if you add inflation to it, it would, instead of it being about 6.5% reduction, it would be about 9.7%.
Yeah, the full MTFP is based on 2%. At the moment, I've allowed about 0.6 million for inflationary pressures this year, which I expect to be above 2%. The rest of the MTFP into the following 2 years, 27, 28, 28, 29, are based on returning to 2%. Looking at where we are roughly now, getting down towards 3, we think that's broadly realistic. But of course, any variation in the MTFP and inflation coming in would increase the number, as you say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council. Thank you for coming to speak to us. I was pleased to hear that you do over 1,000 commercial site visits each year. That's very reassuring. And this is slightly outside your area because obviously we've had the tragedy in Switzerland, and I think this council and the public would be very interested to know if that's affected any changes about how you inspect these sites, especially the licensed ones.
We obviously work with the local authority around licensing issues and generally tend to be responsive to where complaints are made, and we will inspect those premises as and when need be, but they generally would fall into a lower risk category. With regards to the tragic events that happened in Switzerland, what I would say is that's not new. It actually happened, I believe, the Stardust nightclub. It was in Germany many years ago. Pretty much the same thing. Insulated panels around the ceilings caught fire, and there was a significant loss of life. And this is not new to the UK. We faced this through the 80s and 90s with polystyrene, ceiling tiles, etc., all being put around people's houses. The broader issue is that following on from Grenfell, which has highlighted this quite well for us, there is a lack of regulation in the UK with regards to what you can put around, on and in your building. In many cases, the fire safety that we would, and that comes under building regs, by the way, and fire service have virtually no control of that. We have greater control following Grenfell with some of the regulatory changes that have come into place. I still think they're probably not strong enough. And part of the issue I've got is if you wanted me to get far more involved in what people are putting in, on and around their building, then you're going to have to give me some money because I'm going to have to employ some people, because those 1,000 inspections, which actually is 1,000 inspections, but about 4,000 contacts overall per year I do with my fire safety team, would reduce dramatically because I'll be spending all my time dealing with building regulations issues. But no, it is difficult. What we try and enforce clearly is most buildings, even if they are poorly I'm going to choose my words, even if they've got materials which potentially could accelerate or be more flammable than others, I'm choosing my words carefully there, as long as the premises usually has proper management, good fire escapes, good fire engineering in the building, people can still get out. The reality of the Switzerland incident was, as we know, and I would always give people a bit of advice, basements are bad places to have a fire. Anything below ground is not a great place to have a fire and should absolutely be looked at forensically. Things that are above ground, as long as there's exits, it can normally have a fire and people can exit the building quite safely with an alarm system and good management. That's usually the case. Switzerland, unfortunately, was another example of where you've got alcohol, nightlife, you've got a different thought process going on and a lack of a management and ability to see the risk.
Thank you. Councillor Riaz.
Thank you. First of all, I want to place my record on sincere thank for the Fire and Rescue Service for their vital role in bringing the issue of Barban works to light to us. I think your professionalism and persistent commitment to the public safety ensured that lessons of Grenfell were not just solely words, but actually acted upon. And the response from the City Council, local councillors and the agencies was exceptional in terms of bringing that to light. And obviously that situation is under review and constant review to make sure that the building is brought up to speed in terms of that. But I wanted to say thank you for bringing that to light. It's really, really important that we do that, and hopefully we can continue to monitor that and get the residents back in and housed as quickly as possible, and ensuring that the landlords are and the management companies are held to account regarding that. The question that I wanted to ask you was based around the Renters Reform Bill, and especially with more responsibility shifting onto landlords and strengthening tenants' rights. What specific powers and resources do you as a fire and authority rescue have to effectively enforce fire safety standards in private rented sector and prevent high-risk housing from slipping through the gaps?
So, I mean, I could spend a long time answering that, and I apologise, I won't. The tenet that goes on regarding fire safety in Britain is based on very historic law. Effectively, a person's home is their castle. I have no legal right to enter anyone's home unless it's on fire, or I suspect there's a fire. But putting that to one side for preventative purposes, we have absolutely no right, hence my core strategies are made up of response, which is the fire engine element, and protection and prevention. Protection deals with those premises I have a legal right to enter, which is generally anywhere with public access, but Crown premises complicate that slightly. But generally any public building, public access building, workplace. The reason we have a prevention strategy and prevention arm, which came about within the last 25 years or so, was because we asked nicely for people to let us in their homes. So with regards to the renters bill, the landlord's obligations are very clear. I still have once you rent that, that's your home. I have no legal right to set foot over the threshold, as I said, unless it's on fire or I suspect it's on fire. Therefore, we work very, very hard with local authorities and others, and we work hard, particularly where it's rented from the local authority, to make sure that we advertise and we ask people to allow us in to carry out home fire safety checks. We do that based on risk. However, it is a service we provide to everyone, and we will work very, very hard where we see risks increasing, but across the whole community, because it doesn't matter whether you've got a multi-million-pound house or whether you're living in sheltered accommodation. I believe everybody deserves a service from us. We would, of course, prioritise those who we believe are most at risk, but yeah, absolutely, and we would target all groups and all parts, and I would welcome all members in this chamber from supporting the Fire and Rescue Service in putting forward and asking people. It's a very simple process online to just request a home fire safety check or refer it through one of the agencies and local authority, and my crews will be more than happy, or my specialist team. The specialist team will deal with people who have acute needs, such as disability and other issues. And particularly hoarders, we're always looking to highlight those. Those are usually elderly people with health mobility issues and a house that is basically an incendiary. So yeah, dealing with hoarders is a key part for us. But yes, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Well, I'd first like to thank you for the comprehensive and honest report you've put forward. It makes very interesting reading, and for the service you provide under the difficult financial constraints that you have, and those, as you say, will be ongoing. And also for the questions, the honest answers you've given to the questions so far. My question to you is regarding the fires the 160% fire increase that you've suffered during 2025. I wonder if you could put any flesh on the bones of those fires and to the causes. I know you said it's a long, hot summer, but is that the main reason, or is there other reasons of carelessness or whatever? Thank you.
So yeah, with regard to fires, predominantly Hereford and Worcester is a very, very safe place, particularly around property fires, which are the most likely place people are going to lose their lives in. We actually, statistically across the country, and from my professional opinion, we have very low numbers. We do watch for fluctuations in that. Clearly, seasonal variations cause us massive issues around flooding, but in this case, this year and 2 years ago, significant increase in the summer, which we have a threshold of capability, and I can see this year we dealt with that increase really well. It stretched us, but didn't break us. We do have mutual aid arrangements from over the border, so I can obviously bring in support, but when it's a hot, dry summer, it's very interesting because that can obviously affect the whole of the UK and make us all very busy. Flooding is usually geographically isolated, so I can bring support in elsewhere. We dealt with it very well this year. Predominantly when it comes down to cause, you'll see that there was only, I think, around, I'd have to check the report, I think it was about 5 fires. It was a very small number of fires, required a large number of fire engines. So lots of those were smaller incidents, but we have got very highly skilled crews who, when they get there, deal with it and nip it in the bud very early. With regards to cause and liability on that, it is very challenging. When you have a property that's on fire, you've got everything left inside the property. It's far easier to establish a cause, and you have a human element. When you have a field and you turn up and there's nobody around and there's a field or a hedge on fire or a large piece of outdoor land, it's quite hard to establish the cause. We do, and there was one interesting one that members may recall, was around 1,000 hectares. It was one of our largest ones in the summer in Bromsgrove, caught fire. I went to that incident myself because it was declared it was the only major incident we had out of that. We actually dealt with it very quickly in the end, in about 6 or 7 hours. We found the Ring doorbell footage that showed the bird flying into the power line that caught fire and set fire to the land. So there is a lot of myths around its disposable barbecues, its kids going around doing it, and I don't dispute. I'm sure there is a disposable barbecue or two, and I'm sure there are potentially young people, or people, not necessarily young, misbehaving, but the causes of these fires through the summer when things are tinder dry are broad and varied. We obviously look at cause, we try and do some preventative work, but as I've said at various council chambers, both Herefordshire and here in the past, I don't wish to sound defeatist on this, but we live in beautiful green counties. When it goes dry, they become beautiful brown counties. The brown stuff will catch fire. The only way is to not have the green stuff in the first place. And I don't think any of your residents would welcome me saying we cut down all the green stuff to stop the fires in the summer. So I think it's just something we have to live with and respond to.
Thank you. I'm now going to call Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to pay tribute to the men and women working in the Fire Authority for their exceptional courage and commitment in safeguarding our lives and property. So thank you. On prevention, I have 2 questions. The first question, what reason is there for online requests to have smoke alarms checked may slip through the net, which has been the case for me a couple of times? I filled the form in a couple of years ago, but I never heard back. If I could have some reassurances, as I would absolutely be happy to advise elderly residents through my leaflets in contacting the fire service to get smoke alarms checked, but only if I was confident they will be absolutely contacted. And the second question, for every parent and grandparent, I think of teenagers. The Switzerland incident was particularly a horror story because young people were videoing the fire instead of fleeing for dear life. So has this, my question here, does the fire safety education already include enough emphasis on learning the fire exits as soon as you walk into a place and also fleeing as fast as safely possible for young people? Thank you.
Thank you. Two quite complicated questions there, I suppose. The first one is, and I'm happy to obviously discuss this outside the meeting, I'm surprised if somebody has requested a check, then we should be doing it, and I would hope it hasn't slipped through the net. Clearly, sometimes when people ask for just advice, then testing a smoke alarm is usually down to the resident and the person to do, because otherwise we would be out there testing them very regularly. But there should be advice on that, and I'm happy to look into that outside the meeting if you want to. But we have lots of stuff on our website encouraging people to test their own smoke alarm. Clearly, what we're trying to do is get out and fit smoke alarms still in thousands of houses who don't have them, or carry out a full home fire safety check, which is looking at people who've got specific needs and maybe can't physically get out of the house themselves. So we do have to prioritise, but equally, if a check came through and somebody thought their smoke alarm wasn't working, we probably would give them advice in the first instance, because it is something that most able people can do themselves. If not, and there was a risk, we would come out. But we shouldn't have those things slip into the net. But as I mentioned, I have got limited capacity, so sometimes you do have to push back a bit on people to do it for themselves. With regards to the fire safety, I think the fire safety legislation is built around the fact that, yes, while of course we will always give people the advice and try and encourage them, and again on our website and some of the young people's and the tools we have that we share with schools has all the information you've alluded to in there. We kind of make an assumption that people are not going to do anything and probably behave a bit like they did in Switzerland. So the idea then is on the owner of the establishment is there to manage the property effectively. And it should be obvious, if that makes sense, and it should be managed well. They would have had staff at a nightclub, and I would have hoped that those staff would have been evacuating people. They should have had the protocols in place. Exits should have been well illuminated, and I think there was a number of issues. One of the challenges with the nighttime economy, often, particularly at Christmas, is overcrowding. So the licensing regulations in this country will limit the numbers of people. But again, that's not something I can go out and check every Christmas and every peak period, how many people are in every nightclub. That is down to the owner. They have legal responsibilities, and if they are failing in those, then they would be prosecuted by us, and certainly I would imagine by the police if there was a loss of life. It is very, very tragic what went on there. A little bit symptomatic, I think, of poor management of a building, and slightly symptomatic of the culture of people preferring to film things than move to safety. And we do see that around Herefordshire and Worcestershire, if I'm entirely honest, at a variety of accidents and incidents, even with people putting up drones to film what we're doing in the middle of some quite delicate operations. Sadly, I think that's the state of the modern society.
Thank you. Councillor Upton.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for the Chief Fire Officer for attending and providing the report. Just a basic question, please, with regards to the two things you've stated. One, verbally, which are the cuts that you're continually facing. Also, the response operational changes where you're stating the service does now have to operate differently to maintain cover and balance operational developments with less fire engines. This has resulted in some remaining fire engines being used more often and over a wider area, although you do caveat that with the fact that no material impact on the public has been caused. Quick question, without wanting to sound like a doom-monger, at what point would you be concerned that this, if you have to keep rationalising, that this does become a threat to life?
Okay, so the changes that I refer to that are made in there were essentially my choice, supported by the Fire Authority. That was a rationalisation of underused resource that's put more crews back on the front line. So a good example in Worcester City Centre, it did have 3 fire engines, it now has 2, but the first fire engine often has 5 firefighters on it when it used to have 4, which is 20% increase in staffing for the first fire engine that goes out. What that means is if I have an incident in Worcester and 2 fire engines go out, rather than having a third one sat there available for cover, I might have to move one in from Malvern. So that's what that paragraph's referring to, which is completely normal in every fire and rescue service in the UK. In fact, having 3 pumps on a fire station is really rare across the United Kingdom. We were a bit of an anathema in that regard. So this was a rationalisation of resource, and I've managed to use that money far more effectively, bring down our overtime bill. The wider question you would say is we haven't changed the service of the first 25 fire engines. That kind of looks at my threshold if I look at where we go. It's always a balance of risk. So if I look at where we can attend, so with our 25 locations across 2 counties, if all those fire stations are at their home location, which obviously isn't always the case if there are other incidents, I can pretty much get to every residential property within 20 minutes. And that's kind of the offering that we give for the money you give me. If I had double the money, I could probably get to lots more properties in 10 minutes. That is a simple risk dynamic. You can have what you pay for. We think we've got around 2,000 to 3,000 properties that are outside of that 20 minutes attendance time, and we're targeting those properties for prevention work, to go in there and target them with home fire safety checks and additional advice, because clearly it may take 23, 24 minutes to get a fire engine to those properties, maybe slightly more in some very obscure rural corners. It's a really difficult question, and I'm not dodging it to ask it directly. As a chief, I'd like as many fire engines, as many resources, and I can bring the risk down as low as I possibly can. The reality of Hereford and Worcester is a challenging one, because it is a lovely place to live with two great counties where we don't have significant areas, and I say this from a fire perspective, and I'm not speaking on members' behalf, we don't have very significant socio-economic really deprived areas. When I worked in West London, you had parts where you were going there 3 times a day with a fire engine. There were massive issues. We don't tend to get that, and so because our risk is very spread out, we don't have a major airport, we don't have a major sporting arena. There's lots of things that you would class as high risk around the UK don't exist in Herefordshire and Worcestershire. So our risk is very, very flat. And that makes it a challenge really around provision of what we do. So I try and maintain that equity of provision across both counties. Clearly there is a borderline, I feel we're not far from it, if I'm entirely honest, where the reduction in services would be so significant that people's lives would be put at risk. It is a challenging one and a very difficult one to manage, and risk is a very long and controversial subject if I'm talking about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We're probably getting close to the end of our 30 minutes, but the next one I've got is Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the work that you do and everyone in the fire service. And you prompted my thing about the incident in Bromsgrove, as it neighbours my county division, when I was out leafleting, seeing those big black smoke. So I think you did a really exceptional job on bringing that back under control. But just one question with 2 parts. Obviously, in Bromsgrove at the moment, there is a considerable traffic issues regarding BREP that is ongoing. The first question is that affecting your current response times in Bromsgrove? And the second one is that I was assured by the County Council that all emergency services were consulted on their plans, and your feedback would have been given as a high priority. Can you confirm whether they did ask for your feedback and whether you could provide that to me, please? Thank you.
I can't confirm the specific details, but I'd probably be comfortable saying we were consulted and we would have responded. Very clearly, we appreciate that highways in the county have to do the works on the roads, and the answer is yes, they slow down an emergency response. Can't put it any other way, they do. Generally, the contractors are really, really good at managing anything on blue lights. They will get us through fairly quickly. Equally, when they're not there, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, traffic's quite quiet, we can usually get through fairly quickly. But yes, they will. However, we accept they're necessary, and we have to work around them. Where we get severe examples where we've had temporary wells in the past with the bridge shut, what we will often do is move a fire engine either side of the bridge. We can put very specific arrangements in place where there is a very acute risk. But generally speaking, across both counties, we deal with hundreds of roadworks and road closures. Most of the major ones we're aware of, our fire control will make aware the crews of what they need to do, and crews locally will have carried out a risk view. They'll be fairly current on what's going on. They'll find a workaround. Whilst obviously I don't want to see fire engines being slowed down going to incidents. These works we accept do have to happen. Like all people, I think obviously sometimes they seem to be in place for a very long time when we would wish they were done a little bit more quickly. But other than that, we accept it and we work with the local authority and we have the workaround. Equally, it may have to be put in the public forum at some time that yes, those works may well have slowed an emergency response to an incident that maybe was tragic. Those would be facts, not blame.
Thank you. We've now come to the end of our 30 minutes, you were pleased to know. But we do have actually 6 people who still have questions. I'm going to ask those people please to email Simon Lewis, and they will then be directed to you, Jonathan. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So we've just finished agenda item 5. We would normally go to item number 7. I'm going to move the agenda around slightly. We're going to do agenda item 7 next. So if you could please go to the reports of Cabinet. And this is on pages, is agenda item 7. It's 211. And when you've got to that point, if Councillor Rob Wharton could get ready to start speaking, he will introduce the report and move the recommendations on paragraph 1. So over to you, Rob.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Cabinet is recommending to Council 2 items relating to the capital programme. Firstly, a reprofiling of the programme agreed in February 2025 to ensure slippages, etc., are reflected in an up-to-date programme. This is standard practice to ensure the programme reflects the reality when it will be delivered. It will not be taking any schemes from the approved programme. It's simply a housekeeping exercise. Secondly, a variation to the capital programme relating to the refurbishment of Isaac Maddock House in the Shrub Hill Quarter. In October 2023, the then Cabinet approved funding for Towns Fund Shrub Hill projects on the proviso that no additional WCC funding be allocated to the wider area and that expenditure was to be met within grant monies. In the summer of 2025, final design and costs highlighted a significant shortfall of remaining grant monies to fund the project, which is directly contrary to the Cabinet decision of October 2023. As a result of value re-engineering exercise for the refurb of the building, a refurb of the building has taken place and identified a partial Category A fit-out as the preferred option. This will necessitate a variation to the capital programme of £2 million, and this money will be found within one-off savings within the economic and infrastructure budgets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I understand Councillor Joe Monk will be seconding.
Yeah, that's correct. I formally second that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm now going to invite people who would like to ask questions or make a point. And if you are speaking on behalf of your group, please indicate so you have the additional time. So first on my list was Councillor Riaz. Are you speaking for the Labour group?
Yeah, thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet member for his report and especially the role Councillor Alan Amos has played in securing that funding for Shrub Hill. It was a previous commitment which was at risk in terms of that, and I'm glad his role in that has been significant and in terms of the scale of the development and that intervention that was needed, and recognised how significant a proposal it was for the City of Worcester in terms of that. And so I'd like to personally thank him and the Cabinet for making that variation. Thank you.
Over to you, Rob. Do you want to reply to them? Oh,
sorry. Not really. Just thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Josh Robinson, are you speaking on behalf of your group?
Don't think so. Thank you, Chair. And just a couple of questions hopefully will be answered in the summing up of this. First of all, obviously, we talk about slippages that are happening. What is the Cabinet going to do to ensure that slippages stop happening? When slippages happen, that means that things are taking longer than we previously anticipated happening, and I feel that pain in Bromsgrove at the moment. On the second point, while it says that £2 million is not going to be, it's not a change at the capital. It's also in the same breath, it's coming out the E&I capital budget and will be found through efficiencies and savings, or as other people may call it, cuts. So have you got an idea of where that £2 million is coming from? Thanks.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to answer each one. You can do that in the summing up at the end. Okay. So I'm now going to call on Councillor Kent. And I presume you're speaking on behalf of your group. Yep.
Yes, I am. Obviously, having been the previous portfolio holder for Shrub Hill Isaac Maddock House. I'm absolutely delighted that the Cabinet member has performed some sort of magic trick on capital. Indeed, it draws me back to a comment that I read that was saying that cutting capital is economic vandalism. And I'd like to refer the Cabinet member to some historic characters in the past who have proven the exact opposite of this, because I will come on to a question, Chair, so I do apologise for the initial part. So we have Alexander Hamilton. Now, I don't know whether anybody's aware of Alexander Hamilton. He was in the USA in the 1790s, and he was the man who invented sovereign credit. He didn't just raise money, he created the system that made America investable. So I hope you can model yourself on that as well. Others, Otto von Bismarck. I mean, there's a character that would produce some controversy, but he financed the German railway grid. Yeah, he didn't cut it, he financed it. Heavy industry, universal education, and military industrial infrastructure as well, so that's great. Another one was Napoleon III. I'm sure Councillor Amos could model himself on Napoleon. But he rebuilt Paris, not Worcester. He exploded the railways. I mean, I don't mean by blew them up, although perhaps that was the other one, but actually built them. Ports, canals, there's one next to Shrub Hill, so I think really there's there. And did it. And then another one, I mean, William Pitt the Younger, you were even a member of the same party once, I think. He created a permanent national debt market. I'm not sure that's quite a good thing or a bad thing. I'd have to defer to my audit colleague. Long-dated gilts, sinking funds, and Bank of England credibility. Well, that soon disappeared, didn't it? There we are. Franklin D. Roosevelt as well, Councillor Amos. Yeah, so you're in great company here. He created the Tennessee Valley Authority, rural electrification, the Hoover Dam, interstate precursors, and the GI Bill. And he financed them with treasury bonds that probably never got paid back, but there we go. Deng Xiaoping in China in the 80s to the 90s. Well, we'll just pass that one by, shall we? But he allowed state banks to lend for capital projects. Amazing, yeah. And let provinces borrow to grow. And then Baron Haussmann in Paris, he wasn't a politician, he was a capital architect. And he financed boulevards, sewers, housing and transit. So what's the pattern? Capital isn't a sin. Investing capital in projects that are going to grow the economy and produce a return for this capital, for this county, are the things that we should be doing, and we shouldn't be frightened of doing it. So I welcome the magic tricks that this particular cabinet member seems able to do, whether it's a bridge or a project to build a commercial building. He seems to have the knack to be able to do it, and I do hope some of his cabinet colleagues follow suit. But thank you for financing it. I'm still awaiting the invitation that you made at the scrutiny panel to join the steering committee for Shrub Hill, and I'm more than willing to offer my ideas and thoughts in terms of how we can make that project another capital success for Worcestershire.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to remind everybody this is actually a debate. If you want to put a question in there, you can, but that will be covered in the summing up at the end of the debate. At the end of the debate, we will then have a vote. So I'm going to ask now for Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much. And once again, just to back up the words of our group leader, Councillor Kent, more than in favour of this. I think any investment, it's about speculating to accumulate. Anything that brings businesses, people into the cities, towns, is better for Worcestershire. It brings in revenue and boosts our finances. One of my concerns, and it comes on to one of the later item agendas that we have, is about the discussions around cutting consultants for E&I. Now, from the Economy Overview and Scrutiny panel, I know that this came up in terms of finding tenants to take on these units when Isaac Maddox House is developed, and the importance of ensuring that we are able to fill them. You know, we don't make any money off an empty building. So we need to find those people. And I just want to reiterate the importance of trying to keep consultants around, because we do need to have proper market research. And ideally, at this stage, start thinking about who we're going to be filling these offices and retail spaces with. So I would implore the Cabinet to look at undertaking that extensive research and utilising that external expertise to make sure that we can fill this unit as soon as it's developed.
Thank you. I'm now going to call Councillor Jenkins, which I'm assuming you're talking on behalf of the Guy Group.
I am, Chair. Thank you. Morning, Council. Just pick out a few points within the report. Really happy to see an increase in the Warmer Homes grant of 3.2 million. I know many properties in my division would really benefit from better energy efficiency and renewable energy generation and I didn't know some residents who received funding in the past, and they made improvements to their houses, and they are really benefiting now with warmer homes and lower bills. So I'd ask the council make sure you really kind of promote this widely. We're certainly doing it as, you know, within our own local newsletters, but really great if we can really push this. Also, please, another local divisional one for me, the Green Hill Lodge, which is in my division. Pleased to see that's got a grant for refurbishment costs, so that'd be great as well. And just lastly, again, back to Isaac Maddox's house, which has been mentioned already. Certainly welcome investment that should bring in, actually, hopefully, a really good return and benefit to the local economy. So I suppose the important bit is, as has been said, that we get people renting within there, because then we can actually, it would be a good return on that investment. So, thank you.
Thank you. Now got Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair, and seeing as Councillor Robinson didn't want to speak for us, I suppose I should speak on behalf of the group. To be honest, very quick one really, just very much, as most of this is grant or within the existing budget, it makes absolute sense from what I can see. It would just be nice just to hear a little bit about the decrease in the ICT of 1.4 million, just to make sure that that isn't something that leaves us with a bit of a sticky situation further along. I was going to make a cricket reference, bearing in mind where I knew the cabinet member was, but I thought it's probably still a bit too raw.
Thank you. I see no other people indicating, so I'm going to ask Councillor Wharton to sum up before we move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. If I go through and try and respond bit by bit, talking about slippage on capital programmes, obviously slippage will happen naturally, certainly with big major projects it will happen, but I can assure you that the administration does monitor these schemes on a regular basis and are all over it to make sure that there's not unnecessary slippage happening. Underspends on the budget, if you want the real detail, I'll have to get back to you on that particular point because I don't have that detail on where the actual specific savings are coming from in front of me. In terms of market research through consultants, that has been undertaken and we are assured the demand is there for luxury office space and we need an occupancy level of about 83% to ensure that it gives a return to the council. So that has been undertaken. ICT transformation, obviously we're aware going through local government reorganisation, there will be a lot of IT transformation and we will ensure that is fully and properly funded. And just finally, it's great to see Councillor Kent in jovial mood and hopefully that's a portent of things to come for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Right. So we'll now move to the vote. Using your yellow card, can I see all those in favour, please? Okay. All those against? Are there any abstentions? No, that's I think that's a unanimous vote. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 7B, which is council meeting dates. And I'm going to invite Councillor Rob Wharton to introduce this report. And I understand that Councillor Joe Monk will be seconding.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of introduction required. It's previously been discussed that we as a council have applied for exceptional financial support and flexibility on council tax increases for the 26-27 year. Because of the dates we received this permission from government last year, it doesn't quite tie in with the currently set council meeting dates. So we've asking council to move the original meeting back for 1 week and put a new reserve meeting date in for the 6th of March, should we not be able to agree anything on the 26th of February.
I formally second that as well. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to speak on this? So, Josh Robinson first.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand why this is being done. So just a real minor point. We knew for a while that we were going to apply for EFS, and these dates are set well in advance for council meetings. And for those who work full-time or have childcare responsibilities or other care responsibilities, having a change of date formally agreed only a month away is not the most ideal and can cause people who may want to be able to attend a budget meeting to be able to get their point across and stand up for their local residents. It may mean they might not be able to do it. So I just wanted to get that point across. I think we have no choice but to change the dates, but I think in the future we may need to look to be a bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed.
Speak on behalf of the group?
I can do that, yes. There's no coup, but I will speak on behalf of the group. Good morning, Council. Two questions in respect to this to the Leader of the Council, if I may, and I fully understand that obviously the full Council meeting is moved from the 19th to the 26th of February to allow the decision in respect of EFS. In terms of the backstop date, is there a potential further delay as a result of a request by government in a potential council tax increase of up to 10%? And secondly, just thinking on behalf of the 6 districts across this county as the billing authorities, of course I know Wyre Forest District Council meets on the 25th of February to set its budget medium-term financial strategy and ordinarily the council tax resolution. It's now having a special audit committee on Friday the 27th of February in the anticipation that this council does set its council tax resolution on the 26th. But of course, if we are delayed until the 6th of March, that will be a substantial delay to the billing authorities and therefore may affect their cash flow in order to get the council tax in the usual way. Would the Leader of the Council give an assurance that districts won't be out of pocket and they would assist with that cash flow in the interim period?
I've now got Councillor Hart. Sorry, Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Yes, rather oddly, I do welcome the movement of this back to the 26th of February, mainly because I do think the administration has failed pretty spectacularly to consult the people of Worcestershire on its ideas for increasing council tax over the 5%. And therefore, I'd be interested to hear what advice the Leader would give me when I address my parish councils as to whether I should be suggesting that it would be 5%, 7.5% or 10%. Or should I just tell them that it's going to be 10%, they're going to have to suck it up?
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, over to you, Rob Wharton, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Again, taking each point in order, Councillor, absolutely right. Changing dates of meetings at the last minute is not the best form to take. As far as I'm aware, the application for EFS and council tax flexibility is not something we could have just thrown in June because we knew it was coming. It was part of a timetable for applying for these particular issues. So, whilst we may have suspected we were going to require EFS and council tax flexibility, we didn't know to what extent until late in the process. So we have done it as soon as possible. With regards to the late date and the dates for district councils, yeah, take your point, Councillor Hart. The government's well aware that 11th of March is the final legal date for setting council tax, so they're aware they need to give us a decision one way or the other in time to meet that deadline. I can't give any undertaking that will manage district councils' cash flows for them. Obviously, that's a matter for their own internal processes. And regarding level of council tax increase, until we get a decision from government, it's all speculation, and I'm not prepared to speculate on council tax increases.
Thank you. So we will now move to the vote on this is on the revised dates. Can I please? Could you please indicate all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now moving on to this is the reports of Cabinet, summary of decisions taken. This is on pages 217 to 222. Specific questions may be asked about items from the report, and this is an opportunity to ask relevant speeches on matters which have already been decided. The reports will be taken section by section, and questions will be restricted to a maximum of 2 minutes per item per councillor. So please ask your questions clearly and concisely. Questions will be taken one at a time. If necessary, written replies will be provided by the leader if needed. Can I now ask for questions on the first section, Worcestershire Adults Safeguarding Board Annual Report? Anyone wish to ask a question about that? No? Thank you. Can I now ask questions for section Adult Social Care Local Account? No? Thank you. Now I'm going to ask questions for Local Government Reorganisation LGR 1 Worcestershire Proposal. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, we're going to be discussing the draft budget and everything else soon, and local government reorganisation is going to probably be one of the areas that we've got to look at to be able to make those savings. I've got a number of unanswered questions regarding local government reorganisation since the reshuffle within the Reform Cabinet and leadership. So could I just take this opportunity to ask the leader a clear, explicit question? I think within our case, we've got some 20 million of savings built in. I mean, my view is we've got to achieve something like 100 million. Does she feel that's achievable? And if so, how would you go about getting it and doing it?
To you, Councillor Monk.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that now, yeah? Good, okay. It just depends whether we get 1 Worcestershire or 2, doesn't it really, Adam? Thank you very much.
Any other questions on this item? Councillor James.
Okay, then, to back off my leader's point, then, if we get 1 Worcestershire, how would you make the £100 million saving?
Councillor Monk.
To the leader, if that one's sort of vague.
Am I allowed to answer on the leader's behalf?
Are you the leader now? I mean, it changes every day. It might be the leader now, but, you know.
Councillor James, I'm about to have another coughing fit, and so I'm asking Councillor Wharton to answer that question on my behalf. Thank you very much. That's not unreasonable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As the transformation takes place and moves forward, the efficiencies, obviously there are efficiencies already outlined in the business case, which are baked in. The other efficiencies will arise as we go through the process. So there isn't a specific plan to say we will save X amount on this date, because if that was the case, that would have been in the business case in the first place.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? No. Sorry. Are there any questions on the resources report, budget monitoring, month 6, 30th September? No. I'm going to ask for questions on Treasury Management, mid-year update, 30th September. Next question, Worcestershire Safeguarding Children's Partnership Yearly Report, April 2024 to March 2025. And the last one, I think, is the questions on the medium-term financial plan update, 2026 to 2028. Any questions on that? No. We're gonna have a short break now because we're going to start a meaty section, agenda item 6, a very short comfort break. What time is it now? Let's say 11:30, but I really do mean 11:30. We're going to start 11:30. Yes. Okay, thank you everybody. We're just about to start agenda item number 9, which is the draft budget and medium-term financial plan. Sorry, 6. Did I say 9? But before we do, Councillor Rob Wharton would just like to say a few words about the last item that was discussed.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of an apology and a correction, if we are late setting a council tax, then we will reimburse district councils any costs they incur. So I do apologise about that.
Thank you for that. So could you please turn to pages 11? Okay, so we're on pages 11 to 210, and I'm going to invite Councillor Wharton to introduce the report and move the recommendations in paragraphs 1 to 3. And I believe this will be seconded by Joe Mugg. So over to you, Rob Wharton.
Thank you again, Chair. As a finance director of 20 years plus, I'm well accustomed to having to, on occasions, don the black cap in boardrooms and other meeting settings when introducing financial information. But in all my career, I've never had to deliver such a sobering and sombre scenario as the one as I'm delivering today. At every cabinet and council meeting I've attended since being elected last May, I have spelled out the dire financial position this council finds itself in. Often, I felt that my message has fallen on deaf ears, to be honest. Over the last 6 weeks or so, all members have heard from the external auditors and their warnings on the dire financial position we're in. We've also had the all-members budget seminar in early December, where the Section 151 officer laid out with absolute clarity our position and what needs to be done to remedy it. I'm comforted now that there does appear to be a realisation of where we are financially. This administration welcomes the move to a 3-year financial settlement from government. I've long held the view that certainty is a good thing, even bad certainty. But that belief has been severely tested with the funding settlement we received on 17th of December. Due to the significantly worse than expected settlement from government to the tune of over £7 million, Council, we've gone past the perilous stage. We are now on the brink. I must emphasise that point. We are on the brink. If we don't take the necessary action now, then there's a strong possibility that this will be the last time we are able to make these decisions. Because this time next year, government commissioners may well be in and making the decisions for us. And just to put some real-life context to that, we as a cabinet were able to take on the views of OSPB, read the car parking charges, and change our recommendations accordingly. That luxury will not be there in the future unless we act decisively now. Over the last couple of months, we have met with all groups to listen to your views on the budget and what things you would wish to see retained. Fortunately, there was a lot of consensus amongst the groups, and to that end, you'll see that we have retained the Members' Highways Fund, retained the Members' Divisional Fund, retained the building of a new school in the capital programme, and as you've just heard, been able to react positively to the views of OSPB. Council, we have an administration have done our bit. Now's the time for you to step up and do your bit. I implore you all to put aside political differences and do whatever you feel is necessary, in whatever way you feel necessary, to ensure that these recommendations are passed in their entirety. And I therefore move the recommendations in the report with the exception of recommendation 3B. Thank you.
I second that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite people to start the debate. In order which your hands were up, it's Councillor Udall. I assume that's
yes, thank you, Chair. And I speak on behalf of the Labour group, or both of us. Labour will support most of the proposals before us today. in these recommendations, but please don't confuse our support for this budget proposals as support for the administration. There's plenty for us to disagree about, and we will make our position clear on every policy issue when it comes before Council. Labour will fight for its values and principles, and we will continue to do so. However, I do have some sympathy with the administration. Like the government, you have inherited a mess from your predecessors, who used dogma and ideology to privatise everything in sight. They knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. They engaged in multiple costly vanity projects which cost us dearly. The only principle they had was to oppose everything suggested from the opposition parties and to stand in splendid isolation, dismissing all alternative and different views. We predicted the difficult times which we are now in, and our predictions were dismissed. It gives me no pleasure to say the Tory group, we told you so. Like the government, you have to make difficult decisions. I respect that and understand that governing is not easy. Some months ago, I made it quite clear what Labour expected from this budget and what we needed to support it. And to your credit, you have listened and taken on board much of what we have said. And that makes a refreshing change from the past and from previous administrations. But as previously stated, we are still an opposition party, and we reserve our right to oppose when we feel we have to. But we believe in constructive opposition and will not simply shout abuse at you from across the chamber. I welcome the money still being spent on SEND provision in mainstream schools. I welcome the money still being spent in post-16 education. I welcome the retention of divisional funds and highway funds, and I especially welcome the change in policy regarding parking charges at Worcester Woods. I do question the policy of the future of County Hall. We do believe the building should be used for the provision of healthcare and will seek future discussions on how this can be achieved. I also seek assurances about future arts spending to ensure we don't damage our work previously achieved with collaboration with groups such as Seven Arts. But Chair, we do live in interesting times. They are difficult for all of us. We have differing priorities, policies and principles, but Labour will make our contribution to ensuring we meet the challenges and make the changes to bring real change to Worcestershire. I will support these draft proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Riaz.
Thank you, Chair. We must be honest about how we arrived at this position. The previous administration drove us here. Austerity, it wasn't inevitable, it was a political choice. The refusal to raise council tax when it was needed has been a huge factor to the 70 million gap that we face this year. And for us to seek emergency financial support this year and last year and quite inevitably the following year. What is truly staggering is that our auditors have repeatedly warned of this catastrophic deficit, over 250 million looming, as the Cabinet member rightly points out, and yet nothing was being done about it. The definition of madness is to keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting the problem to disappear. Glossy infrastructure projects, shiny new buildings may look impressive, but systematic political choices have consistently undermined our financial position. Too often, the default has been to blame national government for every failing. But what responsibility has the previous administration taken to address the issues? What responsibility did officers take to heed the auditor's advice and to pass that on to the Cabinet members involved? And let me say plainly, I agree with Councillor Perks's email that he sent earlier. The council chamber has too often become a hostile and intimidating place. I did not sign up for this ridicule and bickering. It makes us look like buffoons and a laughingstock. If we don't like the Cabinet or its leadership position, the ballot box is where that change must happen. Reform colleagues have won a democratic mandate, and whether we agree with their policies or not, we must accept the hand that they have been dealt with. This is why I support this budget for Worcester and for Worcestershire. I welcome the changes made for SEND provision and the commitment to arts and culture. We may have political differences, but I'm prepared to back a budget that is legal, compliant and gives our residents the stability that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed.
Are you speaking on behalf of the group?
No. I'm speaking to move an amendment, if I may, in respect of what was moved en bloc by Councillor Wharton. I'd like to move in respect of 2 and 3 in the recommendations on page 11 and 12, that they are dealt with individually and that we debate 2.
Just to cut you off there, that's already agreed. We are going to be voting on those individually.
Debated individually.
No.
No,
Well,
moving an amendment.
I'm moving an amendment. We'll have to see if it's seconded and voted on yet, Chairman.
Hang on a second.
I'll second it.
Hang on, this isn't an amendment to change the recommendations. This is an amendment on how we are now doing the debate. Which procedural standing order are you then moving to amend on that?
I didn't think it'd be an issue, so I haven't bothered to look
So
at them,
I think
Madam Solicitor, but I'm sure you'll be able to assist me.
What happened on Monday is there was a meeting with the chair and all of the group leaders, and it was agreed and it was queried how we would do the debate, and it was considered that we would do the debate on the entire report, but we would then do the votes different, so that we would do the recommendations in paragraph 1 and block, and then 2 and 3 line by line. But it was agreed that we would debate the entire report. So if that was a suggestion, it might have been helpful that we'd been told about that before we started the meeting. And I will be pragmatic, subject to what the chair says. And if you want to have a vote on that, we can now have a vote on the chamber, how we actually conduct the actual debate. So my...
No, I think...
Chair, well, I'm saying this is subject to the chair.
I'm really sorry to Councillor Hart, but this was agreed with group leaders and we discussed the efficient way that we're going to do this. It should not mean that we stifle debate. You can still make the points you want to make and you will be able to raise the points you want to. Otherwise, we will literally be here all day.
Very well, Chairman. It might have been helpful, with the greatest respect, if that was articulated to the Chamber collectively at the start, because I was certainly unclear of that, and I didn't realise group leaders
Okay, this was actually discussed with group leaders.
No, sure, yeah.
And I believe it was emailed to people over the last 1 or 2 days, so I think it's been quite clear.
Right, okay. Well, obviously not clear enough, otherwise I wouldn't have put the amendment, would it?
Fine. So we're going to continue now, and just to remind everybody, we're talking about the whole of the report, and this is your chance to raise all those items, and then we will be voting for the first item on block, and then we'll be doing individual items. We're voting one by one.
You might want to ask Mark if you know the point he wishes to make.
Sorry?
You might wish to ask Mark if there's another point he wishes to make, because that was just a point of order. It was just an amendment.
So, sorry, Councillor Hart. So that was a point of order you wanted to raise, or an amendment. So do you have any other points you'd like to raise on substantive issues?
Well, if I've got 2 minutes to speak, if I may.
We'll restart your clock at 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I'm most grateful to you, Chairman. I hear what Councillor Wharton says, and I don't quarrel at all with his experience in respect of 20 years of being financial director of a board. But of course the difficulty is we as an organisation are here to represent our entire electorate, the 600,000 residents across Worcestershire, from a divergence of views, positions and communities. In terms of the recommendations that are before Council today, I don't argue, and I'm sure others within my group, and indeed the leader when he speaks on behalf of the group will be able to comment further. Don't quarrel on some of the recommendations that are set out in 2 and 3 in the recommendations. And indeed, if we're voting on them individually, as you've alluded to, you will obviously get to see what those decisions on the recommendations are that we make. But in terms of, and I hope somebody will be able to answer the question in respect of, for example, 3I, highways reorganisation. No one, of course, would fall out with a reorganisation per se if it's to be efficient. But what I wouldn't wish there to be is any detriment to frontline service. For example, officers who assist with highways matters at development control planning committees, and importantly, the great job that our highways liaison engineers do, for example. I wouldn't wish to see any reduction in those. So whomever as part of the response could reassure me and indeed this council that frontline services in respect of those type of recommendations won't be affected, I'd be most grateful.
Thank you. I'm now going to call Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know how the Reform administration feel about being compared to the Labour government. I don't think that was much of a compliment to you guys, but there we are. I won't go over the ones that I am in support of because that would be a waste of time, but there are some that I do fundamentally oppose. Within recommendation 2, A and B, we're talking about cutting SEND funding here. Now, the leader of the council put a post up about calling for SEND parents to come forward and ask for their perspectives. Councillor Richard Morris and I hosted a forum with parents with children with SEND needs, and not one of those parents said that they thought the service was working to its full potential. I think if we've been able to find savings in the service, that's great, but that additional money should be reinvested. And if it's not reinvested directly into SEND, then it should be invested into dealing with the DSG deficit that we've got, which is expected to reach 184 million. On top of that, we've got things like the £1 million for the railway station upgrades. Now, they're focused around accessibility. That's about ensuring our residents can access trains. That's about ensuring they can get onto public services. That's what it says in the report, Councillor Perks. It says that it's for accessibility. That's what it says within paragraph 154. We've also then got within items 3, we've got things like the HTST unavailable routes. Now, I do appreciate Councillor Perks and Councillor Monk coming to meet with me to discuss one of those routes. You're proposing a saving there of £80,000. The route in my ward alone costs £86,000 a year. Because what you're actually talking about doing is getting rid of buses which transport tens of children to instead put on a load of taxis that transport one at a time. You're clogging up the roads and not really saving much money. There are a number of proposals in here which are chicken feed. They're tiny numbers when we look at EFS in 25-26 of 33 million, EFS in 26-27 of 71 million, a DSG deficit of 184 million. We've got 156 million in staff costs. We're talking about cost avoidance here with the deletion of vacant posts. We're not talking about any real savings. Tiny, tiny numbers. What we need is some revolutionary policy. We need to see big cuts coming if we're actually going to have any sort of impact on that EFS. These sort of numbers just aren't going to do what we need to. The majority we are in support of, but there are a few that fundamentally we must oppose.
Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Jenkins on Guy Group, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to cover basically we understand the position that the County Council faces severe financial pressures. And firstly, the provisional settlement from the current Labour government has not helped at all, as it does not keep pace with the demand and the cost increases that the Council faces. However, this should not hide the fact that the previous Conservative governments of various forms from 2010 onwards, under their austerity programme, drastically reduced the funding to all councils across the country. At the same time, at the County Council, the Conservative administrations here chose to focus on having the lowest council tax, opting for cuts for various vital services such as buses and in many other areas. And the policy finally has hit the fan when there was a rise in demand for children's services post-COVID. With limited reserves and a very low council tax base, we now find ourselves close to financial collapse. I mean, I have raised these concerns over many years, and it was clear, I think, to nearly all of us before the last local election that we had little money left and very little that we could cut from our budget that would not reduce the vital services that we offer. However, many in Reform seemed blissfully unaware of this before the election, as they promised in their campaign leaflets that they would find massive savings and did not need to increase council tax much at all. I mean, maybe they thought that cutting a diversity officer or cutting investment in renewables would save loads of money, not realising that a lot of renewable energy actually saves us money. And they clearly realise now that they gave false promises, which is why I find it very odd that creating a new cabinet position to save money just seems to make absolutely no sense. Surely you've spent the last 7 months looking at ways to save money. This seems like a waste of £20,000. And concerning the various savings and revenue-raising measures that we'll be voting on today, first I'd like to thank Councillor Tom Wells for arranging the OSPB meeting in the new year to try and actually scrutinise the various items that we'll be voting on today. I mean, certainly it was not ideal to have such a limited time to do this, and I still feel that there are some items that we are voting on today where we could have done with a lot more detail. I'd also like to thank the removal of the plan to charge for parking at the countryside centres. I think this is a sensible decision. I mean, there may well be scope for looking at some income generation from these sites, and whether that through parking charges or by other means. But I think we really need to investigate the best way to do this, and maybe a scrutiny task group could be a way to set up after this meeting, maybe something that then we could look at over the coming months to see how best to do that. I won't be going through all the various items that we're re-voting on today. I think that we want to get home at some point today. So I leave that to kind of other members from within my group who will be picking up specific items that they've got concerns about. But thank you.
Thank you. I've got a number of other people who'd like to speak, but I'm just going to read out the names just for reassurance to those people who are thinking, have we got their name down? So I've got James, Robertson, Pingree, Kent, Wells, Hardman, Boatwright Green, Josh Robinson and Cross. So next one on my list is James. Councillor Allen. Yeah. So, Councillor James.
I don't mind Councillor Kent going before me as he's talking on behalf of the group and then come back to me in his pot.
And Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor James. Oh, yes. Must be a leadership election coming up soon, according to Councillor Riddle. Right. I want to bring some clarity to this debate by doing something very simple, really, and it's just follow the money. And because once you do that, the claims that are made for this draft budget simply do not stack up, and the reality check is the council tax maths. The report tells us every 1% increase in council tax raises £3.6 million. That figure matters because it lets us translate decisions and failures into something residents actually understand. I, as many know, am well aware of the issues facing this council and many councils in the UK. We are in a position where national legislation is not in sync with the ability of councils to meet the need that legislation demands. It's as clear as that. You can apportion blame left, right and centre, but since COVID, demand has exploded and the money has not been there to meet it. There are two choices. Either the legislation is changed to reduce the demand, or funding is provided to cover the costs. The key part, though, is regardless of whether that is local or national taxation, the Worcestershire taxpayer will still pick up the bill. So let's start with the biggest issue of all that's been talked about, DSG, the problem that dwarfs everything else. The paper confirms that the high needs DSG in-year overspend is £95.9 million. In year. Not last year, not next year, this year. If this council tried to fund that overspend locally through council tax, it would require a 26.6% increase just to stop the deficit getting worse for 1 year. That's before repaying historic DSG, removing reliance on exceptional financial support, or addressing any other overspend. Now look at the historic DSG deficit, which will stand on the 31st of March at £194 million. If auditors required that to be repaid over 10 years, which is entirely reasonable from their report, that would mean 19 million a year, the equivalent of another 5% on council tax every year for a decade. That's the scale of the problem. DSG alone proves beyond doubt that this cannot be solved locally by council tax. EFS borrowing to cover failure. Let's add that exceptional financial support. This budget proposes meeting a £71.9 million gap through EFS. In other words, borrowing to fund day-to-day spending. If that gap were funded through council tax instead, it would require another 20% tax rise. And the council already has £33.6 million of previous EFS from the last administration on its books dealing with the same problems. Repaying that over 10 years adds another 1%. EFS is simply council tax by another name, deferred and hidden. It isn't a technical solution. The 18 million overspend, the part that no one can explain away, in adults and children's services, that's not DSG, that's not historic, that is this year. From this administration, using the council's own figures, 18 million is the equivalent of a 5% council tax rise. So let me say that again. Through lack of in-year control, this administration has overspent the full legal limit of what residents could be asked to pay in council tax without asking them at all. And yet we were told next year will be different. In the papers, it says they're going to stay within the budget next year. So why didn't you stay within the budget this year? So let's be honest about what this budget quietly assumes. To cover the DSG in-year shortfall, replace EFS, and fund the 18 million overspend would require a council tax increase, if we have to fund it ourselves, of 56%. 56%. Add in repayment of historic DSG and you're looking at 2/3 extra on council tax. No resident voted for that, no councillor could defend it, and no responsible administration would pretend it is realistic. And yet, where is the plan? And here is the worrying part. Despite all of this, there is no in-year recovery plan, no quantified DSG reduction pathway, no staffing numbers, and no timetable for reform. With one exception buried in the report, which says that without exception, services must stay within budget next year. Next year. That instruction is frankly farcical when set against what has happened since May. Capital decisions, false economies, and real damage. And this lack of grip is mirrored in the capital programme. Residents did not elect an administration that would remove investment in schools, condemn children to long bus journeys for years, cut investment in highways, and cancel capital projects. Capital projects like Worcester Parkway and Worcester 6 create jobs, unlock housing, and produce revenue for this council. It's essential that we continue to do it. We need economic illiteracy, not ill-thought-through savings. So I'll close. After 8 months of administration, where we've been told we've only been here for 1 or 2 months, we've had a cabinet member for savings appointed, and effectively the administration's asleep at the wheel. I've just got 3 short questions, Chair.
Sorry.
Where is the in-year recovery plan?
Sorry.
Where is the quantified plan? And what are the projections for permanent staff post reductions? Thank you.
No, sorry, you've had your time. Right. Councillor James.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I won't respond to the loud noise over there, but I will say one thing. In front of me, I have the cabinet member for Doge's election leaflet that says, and I quote, "Reduce waste and cut your taxes." Yet in recommendation 1F, it says that we are going to go above the 5%. So I'm just trying to work out why we've quite agreed to that. The Labour group talk about we, the Reform administration, have a mandate. Well, the mandate was given on cutting your taxes. It was not given on raising them. So I'm just trying to work out where the linkage is. I don't know if our latest defections to reform are on the back bench over there, and that's why they're doing it. But what I will say is we mentioned a new school. When are we getting that school? We keep pushing that back and back and back. Also, this is cuts. This is not cost saving. This is cut, cut, cut. We talk about cutting send. We talk about cutting highways. We talk about cutting things that matter to people. I want to pick up on something Councillor Birch said as well. We mention accessibility throughout all of it in the rail improvements. We are going to be the authority that cancels and cuts accessibility at rail stations. When did we agree to that? When did we become the authority that makes it harder for people to travel and go to work and go to school and enjoy our county? This is so short-sighted of an administration that I quite frankly have lost all faith in. But what I will say as well, and we keep going back to this, where is the vision? You want us to cut, you want us to save, but what are we saving for? All we keep saying is, oh, we're doing this because the national government doesn't fund us. Our residents want to see improvements. We have no vision and no plan here. What we have is a one-word party, and quite frankly, I think saying cut taxes and raising them, I think you should hang your head in shame.
Thank you. Councillor Robson.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a little bit more different to that. I just want to say I'm very pleased to see the change in funding for the Hampton Bridge project. That was a suggestion that I made at an informal meeting with the administration, and I'm pleased that it's been taken and actioned on. There's a lot of people who are very keen for that bridge. There's a lot of noisy people who don't want it as well, but there are planning applications still being granted with that bridge happening. So we are really keen for it in Evesham, and it's just a small part of the LTP grant. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Reform Group who thankfully realised that they did need to speak to all the parties and have done a really good job of doing so to try and put this budget together. Obviously, whichever party you're in, you can see that we are in a really dire state financially, and again, some of the choices that the previous Conservative government might have made have put us there, and I was hoping to see more hope with the current Labour government, but I'm not really seeing that either. But we will do what we can and we'll carry on. I do have a few concerns about the budget, and it's just a few places where it's not fully, I guess, fleshed out in enough detail for me. So one of them is to do with the highways reorganisation, in which it says we're going to explore integration of services with close operational synergies to reduce duplication and improve coordination. If we could get some examples of what services that would be that are going to be grouped together. And the other one is to do with the reducing use of consultants, where we are planning to hire our own consultants so we don't have to, or hire our own staff members, sorry, so we don't have to use consultants. It said that in previous years we've not been successful in doing so. What changes have we made to make us more successful in hiring this member of staff? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Chairman, and in 20 seconds' time I could say good afternoon. So thank you to, first of all, for the officers and politicians who came along to the one-off OSPB last week. It was a bit of a marathon. I think it was very constructive, and so I'm grateful to everyone who took part. These are the sunny uplands of the budget process before we get into the real difficulties in the weeks ahead. This is a pinprick compared with the meeting we're going to have in the end of February. So it's important, I think, to establish some ground rules in terms of how we present these inverted commas savings. Are they efficiency savings? In other words, we can get the same result or better for less money. Are they, in all honesty, spend less to do less? Or are they funded by another government funding stream which therefore allows us to reduce our expenditure? I think we need to have that tabulated as we go forward so we know exactly what we're dealing with. And on the same process, I think we need to differentiate between statutory responsibilities we have and discretionary services that we wish to provide. I think there needs to be some clarity there. And just to give you an example of what I'm talking about, if we look at the point 3, the paragraph point 3, which of these would be spend less to do less, and which of these be efficiency savings? Is it deletion of vacant posts in HR? Is that an efficiency saving, or is it a cut? Deletion of vacant posts in finance, ditto. So I would like some clarity, and I would suggest to the officers and cabinet members that if we could, when we're going ahead now, looking at the 26th of February, can we have something there which is easier to understand? The issue about staffing reductions in economy, again, I think we'd like to know a little bit more about that. The highways reorganisation, I've read the explanation 3 or 4 times and I don't understand it. Could they possibly bring those forward to the relevant panel? I'm guessing the last minute point. Just finally about homeschool transport and the routes that, okay. It's really unfortunate when something as important as this, we can't speak for more than a couple of minutes.
Okay. Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I would just remind Councillor Riaz that, it was only 3 years ago that the budget started due to the pressure it was having from the DSG higher needs block became a problem. Up till then, that we were pretty well balanced most of the time. The reserves were at 146,000. And the government is going to take the DSG responsibilities away from us in 2028. So, by and large, the point I would like to make, of course, is Hampton Bridge, which Hannah referred to, because I'm afraid to say I will certainly be opposing the change in funding for Hampton Bridge. I don't believe we should be funding Hampton Bridge at all, myself, and I have a question later on down to see that, because we are going to move local transport grant and to replace borrowing, which is perfectly fine. But I'd like to remind all members that basically this is going to mean the collective effect of this will be 149,000, if I've got the sums right in my head, which are probably about approximately, in each of their divisions in a cut in structural maintenance to build a pedestrian bridge in Evesham, which I know, that rather oddly, actually, I think the local member is against. I think she, like I, believes that this project has now got completely out of control. I also find it slightly regrettable that obviously there has been some conversation with Labour members over the countryside services, there was a proposal to put charging in at Eckington Bridge. Am I to gather, although nobody's told me, that this is now not going to happen, in which case it will be a great relief to the parish council of Eckington. And lastly, just to reiterate, I do welcome Councillor Price, because I do think he needs to get a grip across the cabinet in the way that it operates. Their sole focus should be on saving money.
Just to be clear about this 2-minute rule, it means 2 minutes, you've got to keep it within that. You should organise yourselves to spread out what you're going to say across all your members to get all the points you want to get across. Okay, and I am going to give some some discretion. So if you are speaking at the end of the 2 minutes, then I'm going to let you finish a sentence or maybe the end of the paragraph. You can't start into new points. Okay. So otherwise, we've got a number of people to speak today. Okay, so the next person I'm going to call is Councillor Boatwright Green.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Lib Dem group. First of all, I'm getting flashbacks to last year's budget meeting. Only a few people's tunes have changed, and they had no problem shouting me down for 4 years, but apparently not so much when it's on the other side. Just need to thank the officers, first of all, for their help, support and patience. These are difficult decisions, and we need to be clear in what we are doing. I'd also like to thank the administration for engaging with opposition this time. This is what we have to do in overall control. Now, I want to be very clear, the government settlements have been a joke. There is no doubting that. At the same time, we have little wiggle room because of the decisions made by the previous administration. The external auditor was clear. Our situation is the result of local and national decisions. How do I know this? Because those of us in opposition for the last few terms have been saying it and using the same figures that both administrations have been using. So I join the broken record with Councillor Jenkins that there are decisions that were made that have left us in this position. But I had the same information that Reform had at the election. So I'm baffled by the promises made in that election. But I will leave that to the electorate to judge. I'm grateful we're taking this line by line, because at this time, some we will support and others we will not. Our main reason to vote against is because we are not convinced that the saving or cut will come about or that it's value for money. For some, we are not convinced that it will work for residents. Granted, I do agree that train stations are not our area of expertise and we shouldn't be picking up that bill. I also think we have a bridge too far regardless of the information we have been given. And that is why scrutiny is so important, and I welcome the next few weeks where this will be pursued. I'm also looking forward to the Conservative alternative budget where we can compare and contrast. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to agree with Councillor Boatwright Green in front. The amazingness I hear from the Conservative group, amazingness is not a word, but I'm using it now, but all the things they're saying, but you know, I'm not actually hearing any solutions about what they do. I presume they wanted to be in control after the May elections. I presume they knew what was about to come and had the plan to do that. I'd like to thank the administration for the time in conversations they've had, specifically with me as well on stuff. But there are things that unfortunately I will have to vote against today, not because I am against them at the moment. It is because they haven't had the scrutiny required to be able to do that. It is really, really annoying that this has come today and my environment scrutiny is tomorrow. You know, we have a lot of things that we need to have questions, and a lot of people have questions on specific things in this that we haven't got the answers to. So ideally, we would have had that scrutiny beforehand. I only got told of these things in that briefing, which was, I believe, was the 9th of December. I've not had a scrutiny meeting of environment since then, and I have asked numerous times for if this was ever going to come back to full council, that we got all those details at scrutiny beforehand. That hasn't happened, and for that reason, unfortunately, I'll have to be voting against some of these today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it short and sweet. Got 2 questions, please, or 2 points. I appreciate the administration's attempts to involve us in this budget setting process. That's very welcome. However, we have asked many times for several years now, in different meetings, for a list of the assets, in particular land and property, owned by this council. This asset list is an essential input into our budget consideration and is needed well in advance of our next budget meeting. Please could we have a firm commitment that it will be shared with us by the start of next week? Second question, when is the deadline by which we have to create the DSG deficit management plan that our external auditors last year served us notice to do, in their words, with sufficient urgency? Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully those questions will be answered in the summing up later on. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You have listened, thank you, and I will be supporting most of this. Not all of it, but most of it. And I spoke at Cabinet, I'm going to speak again on the same subject, that we need to look back and why are we in the mess we're in now? And though I'm agreeing, you can frame this, it's not Reform's fault that we're in the position we're in. It's the last administration and previous administrations, and it really makes me angry. In the last 10 years, I think it was 3 times that council tax was not put up. That would have raised by now an extra £87 million. This year, it would have brought in an extra £14.2 million. I think most of us might consider it killing for that at the moment to help our residents. And quite frankly, I think the previous administration should be totally ashamed of itself. When you run a business, you plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I think the last administration planned for the best way for them to get re-elected, and didn't care about the residents. And it really does make me very, very angry. You've only got to look at the debacle of the K-Pax Bridge and how much that cost. The Hampton Bridge, apparently we can't get out of the contracts. What a way to run a council, to write contracts you can't get out of. They didn't sign the contracts. They didn't sign the contracts. And how much is the Hampton Bridge going to cost us in the end? Now, we have asked for an asset list, and it's already been mentioned, so again, I would ask that we have an asset list. The only concern I have is you have no plan B, apparently. What happens if you don't get the EFS money? And I would ask you to urgently come up with a plan B. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. I think we all know and agree that Worcestershire's roads are exemplar, and any of us that travel across counties experience that every day. And indeed, residents agree with how Conservative-run county had always prioritised highways. So I find it a sheer audacity by this administration to be taking credit for the green status that has now been published, unless that is the leader is now counting herself as a Conservative by trying to claim Conservative credit for that. On that basis, I find it appalling that this administration now wants to reduce highways funding. Highways is the area that the highest percentage of our residents benefit from. I will not be supporting any cuts to highways, even those cuts that are hidden, as we've heard from Councillor Hardman, by moving the Hampton Bridge funding as a result of the administration and indeed the local members who I saw that were nodding there that they don't want a Hampton Bridge, dodging difficult situations and not being honest with the residents of Evesham. So certainly everything to do with highways I will not be supporting, and I agree with Councillor Robinson, there are many areas around highways that we just do not have the information and in fact are completely contradictory. When we talk about not using consultants, in the same report, it states that we can't get people employed in those roles. So why are we wanting to cut consultants? So there's a lot of this report that's coming forward to us without the detail, and it hasn't been thought through. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. I find it interesting the number of comments that are talking about the previous administration's budget when there are a number of councillors sat in this room who couldn't even be bothered to put any kind of alternative budget forward last year or even offer any solutions. So those smug comments don't actually wash. In terms of what's in front of us, just some observations and clarity required, please. On one of the 3 key manifesto pledges from Worcestershire Reform, alongside stopping the boats into Worcestershire and stopping net zero, was reducing waste. I'm concerned that we're cutting or proposing to cut £2 million from SEND and specialist provision. So can the leader or cabinet member assure the public that they don't see SEND provision as a waste of money, and that when it says the service can be met within the reduced budget, that they can deliver the specialist service that our county needs, please? I'm also concerned that we continue to fund Hampton Bridge with no evidence of legally binding information that supports the continuation with this, and obviously £6 million coming from local transport grants, and the further reduction of 1.5 million into highways maintenance. As Councillor Kersley has just flagged, we do see a green rating in Worcestershire, but I'm sure, like me, the majority of councillors in this chamber will see the vast majority of their casework being highways related. However, I do welcome the retention of the member funding. Interestingly, the budget consultation, less than 20% of residents say they would support cuts in social care and highways transport, with all of those areas having the highest support for more investment. So has the administration listened to the residents or not? Finally, I do welcome the opportunity to vote line by line. As to be clear, there are items that I will absolutely support, but some I just cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. In considering these proposals, I'd like to speak a little bit about the railway removing of funding for Redditch. 5 years ago, with great aplomb, we opened our newest railway station at Parkway, which happens to be in my division. And it clearly demonstrates the success and future economic growth that improved railway connectivity can generate for a local area. It's also enabling the proposed development of Wychavon Town, comprising of up to 10,000 new homes and extensive employment growth, all adjacent to the station. It also offers considerable benefit to our environment by reducing traffic and pollution on highways, so it seems a pity to see such opportunities curtailed for Redditch. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to echo what everyone else has said about thanking the Cabinet for working with the other groups, at least we're making some progress in that direction. I would say I think a lot of the points I was going to make have been already made, so I'm not going to say more. I'm going to just echo something regarding Hampton Bridge. Again, this sort of, we're talking about reducing borrowing by 6 million, but we're taking money from somewhere else, and also it seems to me there has been a suggestion about that cancelling the project would have a significant negative effect on the current revenue budget because fundamentally because of just an accounting issue of moving money from one place to another, and I don't feel like we should be making decisions on the basis of things which are fundamentally accounting issues and not actual real movements of money in and out of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. I can't quite believe what I'm hearing from the Conservatives. In November, we heard from independent auditors that under the Conservatives, this council has significant weaknesses in financial management, performance management, transformation of services and saving money. Along with successive Conservative and Labour governments, they created this financial mess. They talk about the children's services overspend, so let's take a look at just one of their policies and the effect it's had. They froze for years the pay of foster carers, a real terms cut. This led to the number of children that we could care for to fall by 80 in a 5-year period. This happened at exactly the moment that due to COVID and post-COVID, demand was going through the roof. So what happened? Over that same 5-year period, the number of children in hugely expensive residential homes owned and run by private companies rose by 80. The cost of caring for 80 children in those private company-run homes is more than £25 million, 3 times the overspend. And they sit there scratching their heads, blaming everybody but themselves. No humility, no sense of responsibility, pure arrogance. We are already transforming services. This Reform Cabinet is putting things right. In fostering alone, with a complete restructure and an increase in the fostering fee of 7.25%, we've already increased our capacity by 10%. We've appointed a strategic Doge to drive efficiency and bring innovation to how the council runs. And we're restoring sound financial management by kicking the Tory habit of raiding reserves just to stay afloat. Transformation of services, sound financial management, and working with sensible colleagues.
Sorry, you're out of time.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McVeigh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you to the administration for attempts to work cross-party on this. There is evidence that you've listened. I'm sure that the newly appointed cabinet member is particularly relieved to see that you've taken out the plans to charge at countryside centres, as I understand that he wrote to Birmingham City Council to ask them to do the same. So that would have been rather an embarrassing moment for him, I'm sure. As others have said, you know, there are things that I'll agree with and things that I won't agree with in here. But the one main point I want to make is that there does appear to be possibly an over-reliance on ESF and LGR to get out of this mess. So my question is, what's plan B? What if the government says no? We don't know that they're going to say yes, and I'm not clear on the roadmap out of here if they say no. So what's plan B, as Councillor Allen said? And even if they do say yes, then how do we pay it back? I still find that I'm missing quite a lot of vital information to help me make some well-informed decisions about this. So my plea, as others have said, please give us more information before we actually come to discuss these in more detail at the meeting in February. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Conservative group have a lot to say today, don't they? Maybe they should consider an episode on Gogglebox. Now, Councillor Kearsey speaking retrospectively, yes, we were given the green with best practice and value for money, and you say we speak about this retrospectively. That's okay, and maybe actually it is partly because of the Conservative administration. However, if you do that, then you have to take responsibility for the financial mess as well, retrospectively. You see, you can't have it both ways. And for this reason, I support these recommendations. This council only functions because of the exceptional financial support that was applied for on the 20th of December 2024. Reform did not put this authority in this financial mess. The savings and cuts we are making are not ideological, they are necessary to stop the council going effectively bankrupt. Could the Cabinet reassure Council that these recommendations actively support rather than hinder the delivery of the savings needed to help keep the authority financially secure? Thank you.
Thank you. Now calling on Councillor Victory.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of points here. On item 3K, how confident are we that we can recruit in-house to replace the consultants in responding to planning applications? It seems very unclear that someone would have the necessary breadth of experience to do that. Although, having said that, I am in favour of not using external consultants. The other point is the Audit and Governance Committee. I'm on that, and the external auditors said clearly that a recovery plan was necessary to avoid Section 114 measures next year, and that a golden thread was needed to link the various aims of the Council. Now, while I can appreciate that here we're trying to ameliorate the situation and save money, shift money around so that we're not effectively borrowing any more in year. However, beyond the current year, I don't see that this plan or anything similar is going to get us out of the problems that we're in the long term. We need a lot more consideration for the future. The medium-term financial plan, I think, is very sketchy and unlikely to deliver what we need to continue as a functioning council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Alcott.
Chair, thank you. And Council, good afternoon. I'd just like to say, after years and years and years of majority Conservative administration, I would say amazed, but no, actually I'm not, but I'm aghast that they have the audacity to criticise others. The Conservative administration prided itself on Worcestershire being one of the lowest tax bases in the country. For years and years they've stuck with this policy, and look where we are now. We're in a complete financial mess. This, alongside lots of vanity projects, has done nothing for the residents of this Worcester. A typical example is, in my division Claims, we have Keepax Bridge. That was overspent by millions and millions. And at the time, I remember going to planning and saying, there are many reasons why this should not go ahead. Do we have the correct infrastructure, etc.? It came to a second planning committee, it was pushed through, and now we have Keepax Bridge. We're very overspent, but we don't even have the infrastructure. We still don't have Severn Way. It's not there, and there are no plans and no money to fix it now. So I think after years and years of complete financial neglect and vanity projects, it is no wonder we are where we are. And I'm sorry, it just astonishes me that the Conservative administration can be critical after how they've treated everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chairman. And firstly, I'd like to congratulate Rachel Hill in her new role in E&I. And it's a bit like giving your child, promising them a dog, and the Christmas present is just the lead and the collar. And I hope we don't actually give her the opportunity to fail in the role of looking after our highways. We've had tremendous praise from other people for the way we look after our highways, and we shall continue to do that. So I hope that we can support her. The car parking, I hope this doesn't affect the Hartlebury Common. The Friends of Hartlebury Common that do a lot of voluntary work there need to park their cars there, and I don't think they'd be doing it if they was having to pay to park the cars at that. And I couldn't find within this document anything to give me assurance that our lengthsmen are going to be maintained, as they do a vital job, and they do save this county a lot of finance, where you can get something done immediately and you don't have to send a team out to do that. So I would like some assurance of lensmen. And consultants, well, yes, why would we employ somebody full-time to give their professional opinion on a bridge? So I'm a little bit on the edge with the consultants and how we should use them and why we should use them at certain times. We don't want to pay holiday pay to gain information that we need to make a decision. So I would like to make that point. And I'd like assurance that our highways liaison engineers are secured in their position, as they do a vital job for this county. Thank you.
Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just quickly address the accusation that the Lib Dems didn't put in an alternative budget. In fact, they did put in an amendment to the budget at the beginning of the last term, and it was quickly learned there was no willpower to listen to them or eagerness to work together. So to that effect, I do welcome the current administration's attitude towards setting this budget and working together. So we will not be voting for everything today, but only because, as my colleagues have mentioned, there are certain elements that need more scrutiny. It's not that we do not have the will to move forward with the administration eventually and get this through. We understand what is required of us, and we do understand what the residents do expect, and they do expect that we do work together and pass the budget. There is just one element that I would draw attention to, which is, again, you know, the big elephant in the room, the bridge. As far as we're aware at this point, there's no contracts have been signed. We do understand that the developers may take back some of their money. We do understand we've already spent I'm happy to be corrected on that. We've already spent 4 million, but could we salvage the 6 million transport grant? And could we stop the need to borrow 8 million? And if that's the case, let's talk further about the Hampton Bridge, and maybe we can come to a resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Chair, and Happy New Year and Healthy New Year to everyone. I'm just disappointed to see that item 2E is still included in its current form. I'll not be supporting this item. At a recent ONS scrutiny panel meeting and a meeting with the administration, I raised the point that we should retain a small amount of monies to undertake minor improvements to stations and improve accessibility. I cited the situation at Old Church Station, which has north and southbound platforms, where the northbound platform can only be reached by stairs and a lift. When the lifts are not working, access to the northbound platform and trains is extremely difficult, particularly for people with disabilities, the elderly and our residents with pushchairs. This year, the lifts have been out of operation 8 times, and at one point they were out of action for 3 months, resulting in very limited access for northbound trains. We have a duty of care to our residents and need to be cognizant of our DDA responsibilities. Accessibility is at the forefront of our vision and our duty of care to its residents. So can I therefore put an amendment to this to consider to keep a £100,000 pot of money into the capital programme relating to rail station upgrades? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have someone to second that?
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Would anyone like to speak against that amendment? Councillor Parks.
I had this as part of my response to Councillor Birch, so I will answer in part. This amendment is us as a council suggesting that we approve, under the dire financial straits that we find ourselves in, investing in assets that we do not own and come under other providers. Why are you considering spending money on an asset that is not ours when there are other opportunities open to us?
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Birch.
Thank you. Under the same argument, you could use that argument for a number of things that the county council do. You could use it under the argument of, why do we have a skills team when you've also got a job centre? Why do you have public health when you've also got the NHS? You know, there's a number of things that the county council do that don't necessarily fall solely under our statutory responsibility, but it is taxpayer money. It's in the best interests of our residents. It's something that they want, something that they need, and therefore it's validated as to why we do it. There are a number of things that aren't statutory obligations that we do as a county council, and we do them because they're in the best interests of our residents. And the amendment that Councillor Bales has proposed is in that interest, in the interest of residents.
Let's be very clear about what we're talking about. We're talking about an amendment which is, instead of having cutting £1 million from this item, is to reduce it to £100,000 to allow some small projects to go ahead. Councillor Boatwright-Green, would you like to comment on this debate?
I totally understand where Councillor Bales is coming from, But if we're going to start doing that, then I'm going to want to put an amendment on trying to do this for other train stations and for other situations. It's really difficult to do this, but what I would actually say is, and this is something that fundamentally something needs to change in this country, is that actually people need to be responsible for particular things, and then they actually need to do the job. One of the things I find particularly frustrating is the fact that we are having to invest in areas because others are saying they can't do it. And I only need to start talking about that bloody bridge across the Pershore to actually start talking about the fact that we haven't been able to build a car park for the better part of 15 years because people have not been committed from National Rail, whoever's been involved at any particular time, and have then tried to pass the buck back to us or to Wychavon. And so if we're going to start playing this, I will then start unpicking all of this and saying, well, actually, I want 250 for Pershore, Eckington Bridge probably needs something, and we'll start unravelling it. So I'm not going to support it this time, and as a group, we will go free vote. But if I start doing this, I've got 4 other pet projects of my own that I will start adding to it. So I've got to kind of make it clear of this is where we are, we've got to do it, and National Rail need to step up.
Okay. We're talking about an amendment, and I think, in my opinion, it is allowable to have an amendment. Councillor Bales has the initiative to raise that. Other people have chosen not to do that, so I think that's a fair point he's raising. So I think the next person to speak is Councillor Kent.
I'm sort of agreeing a little bit with Councillor Boatwright. I mean, if this is the situation and had been advised at the start, we could have all put amendments through to every item on this, and although I don't want the sympathy with the reform group in terms of it, I think at the end of the day it's been pitched in a way. We agreed at the group leaders meeting, although my group had different views subsequently, that we would take these and vote for them line by line. So I'm very concerned about the direction of this, because everybody in this room is going to start to think that we can amend every item on this. And I really would ask for a call from the legal officer in terms of the actual methods of doing this and whether this is actually standard practice and we were allowed to do it, because it just, if you're coming into the budget, what on earth is going to happen with every item on that budget? It's going to be a complete and utter car crash. So I think, in the fairness that you have gone and spoken to all of the groups and you have pitched this, yes, we have got disagreement with some of these. I think the point is they're all being brought to the vote. We should just vote on them, and if they're turned down, then we can renegotiate it moving forward in terms of it, but start bringing alternatives. Councillor Bales will obviously talk about Alvechurch, somebody else might talk about Pershore, somebody might talk about Droitwich. We're going to be going down a rabbit hole here. So whilst I understand what you're trying to do, Chair, I do think you've got to bring the meeting back to a sensible point, because we're going to be here all night otherwise.
Okay, I'm going to take some advice now from Hazel.
Chair, can I just make a point of order, please? I'm not talking about a pet project. I cited it as an example. So I'm talking about all stations which are on the list in 154. So I just could make that clarification, and to the Lib Dems.
Okay,
thank you.
Fine.
Thank you. Yes, we've got in total in paragraphs 2 and 3, because we're not going to be doing a vote on 3B, there's 27 recommendations. So I take the point that if we were going to be doing amendments on each of those recommendations, it would be difficult. So what I would suggest that councillors do, because we do have the main budget meeting in February, your choices on these recommendations are to vote for, to vote against, and to abstain. And actually picking up on the point Councillor Kent has made, that if we are voting against, that does still allow reconsideration and members to meet with the Section 151 officer to see what further information is needed to be able to perhaps get some of these recommendations over the line or not. Because obviously I'm not here to tell you that at the future meeting you would have to vote for them if you get more information. So I would suggest that we continue with the debate, but don't put forward amendments to the recommendations, because I think that's going to be difficult to get over the line. We have to be satisfied that if we're doing that, members have sufficient information to be able to agree to those recommendations. So I'm not in any way putting down what you've proposed, Councillor Bales, and it may be that that recommendation is not carried in the chamber in any event. If it's not, then there can be further cross-party discussion with the Section 151 officer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. My decision is that we will not be doing amendments, and I'm going to take the point here that if people agree with Councillor Bales on this, then obviously they will vote against this
Happy
particular item.
to withdraw
and then
the
it could be then
amendment,
brought back for discussion at the budget. So we're going to carry on the rest of the debate. So I'm now going to ask for Councillor Upton to continue the main debate. The amendment, we're not going to talk about that now. So Councillor Upton.
Thank you. I'm going to speak and support this draft budget, not from a political or party point of view. I'm going to do it from a business point of view, because this time last year I wasn't elected. I wasn't even thinking of being elected, but I do have a certain amount of business experience. And since I've been elected as a county councillor, I'm sometimes surprised really by the lack of business acumen in the council chamber. And I'm not saying this from the point of view of the officers or the directors, but from us, the councillors who represent the constituents and the council taxpayers. We're obviously not a business. We don't manufacture and we don't sell for profit. We oversee the services that the council provides for the residents, and we ensure, as does every employee of the council, that they are delivered at the best cost that can be negotiated. Now, any borrowing that we have to do, an investment must be undertaken without putting unnecessary pressure on the council's finances, especially unnecessary borrowing. We will, and we do, I found out through experience now, that we play politics and we debate. We also believe and tell each other that we know better. But we cannot, any of us, deny the facts of where we are. If this was applied to a business, it would fail, and it would fail badly. It's been obvious to me, having sat on the Audit and Governance Committee, that, you know, the external auditors has made us very aware over the last 3 years, the reality of where the council is financially. We can debate who's to blame until the cows come home, but it's not going to change anything. We can accept that this budget has to be focused going forward, putting aside political blame and trying to score points off each other. Disagreement is a healthy part of our policy, but we need to go back to basics. Fiscal responsibility and share the same obligations. We cannot cut these statutory services. We can accept we put things we can on the back burner until we balance the finances and act prudently. So today, I just want to say that I hope everybody supports this budget and we go forward and start acting prudently.
Point of order, Chairman.
Councillor Harman.
1911-2, please. Move the motion if the question is put.
But we need to have a vote on that. But I've got Councillor Wells, who I think also like to speak on that.
Chairman, a point of order from me too. Forgive me if I haven't found the exact reference, but I'm asking for some advice from the monitoring officer. In the event that we were to vote against one of these issues today, and that was carried, would we be in a position to be allowed to reconsider it in February? I'm thinking about the 6-month rule. How would that apply in this circumstance?
So I'm just going to quickly find it, and I had this ready because I know this could have cropped up at Cabinet, so just bear with me. But the 6-month rule from memory is referring to resolutions that are made for motions. So the 6-month rule actually doesn't relate to decisions which might be recommended by committees or Cabinet. So if Cabinet are recommending, again, that Council reconsiders this and we're not caught by the 6-month rule, and I'm desperately now trying to find the... Yeah, so it's actually paragraph 20 of the procedural standing order, which refers to previous decisions and motions. So 20.1, no motion to rescind any resolution passed by the Council within the preceding 6 months, and no motion or amendment to the same effect as one which has been rejected within the preceding 6 months shall be proposed, unless we've got signatures of, I think it's 5 members. The procedural standing order shall not apply to motions moved in pursuance of a recommendation in the report of the Cabinet or a committee or other member body.
Thank you. So I think Councillor Harman's put that the vote be put. I'm just going to make a point here that we've only got 2 more speakers, who are Councillor Fordington and Perks. So I'm just going to say to you, Councillor Harman...
You don't want to speak?
Yeah.
It's your discretion.
So, I mean, so do we normally have a vote for if it's been put to...
So we've got 3 speakers each of those will be 2 minutes. So we could agree that we've got 3 speakers that they speak. There is one from your group, which is Councillor Fordington, unless Councillor Fordington is saying she wants to no longer speak. And then we actually have 2 other Cabinet members, being Councillors Bone and Perks. Yeah. Foster, sorry, that's apologies. It was clearly Councillor Foster, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think it's reasonable to allow those last 3, particularly if we've got 2 Cabinet members who'd like to speak, so thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to ask what happened to the 30 million, whatever it was, from the last administration for SEND children. Where is the money allocated to? And secondly, what are we doing with the home to school transportation? Where is the budget going to be allocated, and how are you going to be able to support that particular bit? Because at the end of the day, the children are the most important areas which we need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Perks, and then we'll have Councillor Foster. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to Councillor Bales, and I appreciate you've withdrawn the motion. Thank you. What I would want to point out is Councillor Amar approached me late last year on something similar for Bromsgrove. Later this month, because of my position not only in this council but with the West Midlands Rail Executive, we are meeting with the head of rail for Bromsgrove to discuss those issues. I'd invite you to do the same with me. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds generous. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Very timely question. There have been concerns raised by members, especially in relation to STEM provision, and I can certainly confirm that the £30 million investment in SEND capacity is still exactly in place. But beyond that, I can confirm that you'll hear at the February Cabinet meeting, which is as soon as the 5th of February, our education plan update, which meets the annual sufficiency duty in both mainstream and special educational needs and disabilities, and also the strategic plan to 2030. There will be no cuts in mainstream education or SEND. In fact, you'll hear at the Cabinet meeting our planned investments in the expansion of both these provisions. You will be surprised at what you hear. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now heard everyone who would like to speak on this matter. I'm going to ask the mover to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Before I sum up, I'm conscious there are a number of concerns and questions on highways specifically. I'd just like to defer to my colleague, Councillor Perks, to pick up on these specific concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. I've got a couple of pages of notes, so bear with me, please. Councillor Birch, with regards to the £1 million for accessibility, I know others have mentioned that as well. I have previously stated, both in this chamber and Cabinet, and I believe scrutiny, that this was for investigation and reporting of only. It was not to commit to works and a schedule of works. I would ask anybody in this room that has the ability to provide infrastructure improvement and accessibility improvement across 5 stations for £1 million to do so. I'm all ears on that front. Again, I just reiterate the fact we do not own these stations. There were, again, several references and concerns to frontline services. I'm not going to address each one individually. I'm going to try and summarise those. Frontline services, anything safety related, will absolutely not suffer as a result of this budget in no way, shape or form. The liaison team, again, I've mentioned in scrutiny, I feel like I need to start just recording sound bites and save worrying about the different words I use each time. That team will not be affected at all as a process of this budget. The operational synergies, if I give one example, there are several. I'm happy that we come back in writing on this. Street lighting is one, a prevalent one. Previously, that was not sat within operations. Obviously, it is now. I made a similar comment in scrutiny, and I'm going to ask the same again. I may well get the same response. If we're going to ask questions in this council, can we please ensure that we've read the papers? Lengthsman and parking have been removed from this budget. They are not in the papers in front of us today. There was several references made to the state of our roads. Absolutely, they are in incredible condition. I did make sure in my one social media post that the congratulations went to the highways team alone. But again, I would ask the council, and this somewhat goes in spite of what I've said previously, but I would ask the council to actually hear and listen to what I'm saying and not purely understand that there are words and sounds coming out of my mouth. I nor anyone in this chamber or associated with the budget want reductions across highways. We do not want that. I would also remind members on how we have arrived at this point in juncture. Yes, statutory services have absolutely come in, and that growth has been exponential without central funding across children's, adults, and home school transport as a result. Highways, amongst others, have been supported by the £33 million of ESF and £15, that would be nice, £15 million of surplus utilised within this budget, this financial budget that we sit in now, not what we are discussing for future. In very real terms, and forgive this analogy, imagine being unable to pay your mortgage, don't know how you're going to get to that next payment, but you've got a new pre-approved credit card land on your doorstep, and you've always fancied a Rolls Royce. Lo and behold, that Rolls Royce turns up. I'm going to leave that there. This isn't scaremongering. This is the reality that we face. Hampton, I know there is a question to come. I'm not going to go into too much detail on this. I've shared details across the council to leaders. I would hope that that's been shared accordingly. I would also just urge anybody who's interested to go back to a recording of the Corporate and Community Scrutiny panel of the 20th of October last year. I'll make these quotes, and they all relate to Section 106 funding. At 1 hour 50 and 33 seconds, legal obligations of Section 106 funding. And then again, 1 hour 52:12, risk to legally bound developed contractions. That was summed up by the Speaker as a dereliction of duty if they were not to continue. I'll end there. Thank you.
That is the end of the 5 minutes for the allow for summing up. But Councillor Wharton, I'm going to have a couple of minutes for you. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry for misunderstanding. I wasn't asking Councillor Perks to sum up. I just answered the specific questions on highways. So I do apologise anyway. So, yeah, I'd just like to thank you all for what I describe as a constructive debate. And thank you to the various councillors who have acknowledged the spirit of collaboration in which we presented this budget. At times, it almost felt supportive, although I'm not sure the previous administration will have felt that love, to be honest with you. The deflection tactics and attempts to rewrite history by the previous administration are actually to be admired, to be honest with you. It's almost as if the world only started on the 2nd of May last year. This year's budget was short by £48.6 million and only financed by the use of exceptional financial support and reserves because they refused to face up to the tough choices that were needed. Most of the Conservatives have spoken out against at least some elements of our proposed budget. it appears that not only will they go down in history as the administration that sailed the good ship WCC into the financial iceberg, they now seem intent on torpedoing the lifeboats coming to the rescue, which is incredible. I do have concerns that too many of you are assuming there's any real element of choice in all of this. Councillor Allen and Councillor McVeigh asked about Plan B if the budget is not passed. There is no Plan B. It will be a Section 114 notice, end of. So hopefully, by holding our noses and swallowing the medicine now, we will ensure that there comes a point through transformation and local government reorganisation where the financial resilience of the council is restored, and we can be having this debate on the merits of our respective core political beliefs, whether that be spending more on services for residents or reducing taxes for residents. Thank you.
So your point of order, Councillor Allen?
Yes, I was named. I believe I should have a right to reply.
Okay, you do. Go on.
Yes, thank you. Can I just point out that I was simply asking if you had a plan B if you didn't get the EFS. Okay, slight difference from what you just said.
Okay, thank you. Right. We've now come to the end of the debate. We've had a summing up, and we're going to be moving on to the vote. We're going to be doing this in 3 parts. The first section is 1 to A to F, and this is a noting report, and we'll be taking this as one block. So, all those in favour, please raise your hands. Okay. Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? No, that's unanimous. Thank you. We're now moving on to section 2. We're going to do this in parts. So I'm not going to say which one of you. You're going to have to make sure this is in front of you. Okay. I'm going to read out the number and the letter. So please make sure you've got page 11 right in front of you. Number 2A. All those in favour? Okay, put your hands down, please. All those against? Councillor Wells, you've still got your... Can you make sure your cards are down? It's going to make it much harder for you to count otherwise. Okay. And are there any abstentions? No. Clear majority for. Okay. So the next item is number 2B. All those in favour, please raise your hands. You hold them fairly high. It makes it much easier and quicker for them to count. Okay. All those against? Okay. Any abstentions? No. Okay. Okay. Section 2C. It's a clear majority. Thank you. Next one is 2C. All those in favour? All those against? Unanimous. Are there any abstentions? No. Okay. Okay, so we're now on section 2D. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you.
Hang on.
Oh, hold on. Give them up again. It's a majority for. Okay, next one is number 2E. All those in favour? Yes. And can I just ask people, when they're holding their cards out, can you face them forward, because it makes it much easier to count. Thank you.
We've got that.
Thank you. All those against? Okay. All those abstentions? None? That's a majority 4. Next one, 2F. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. 2G. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. That's a majority, almost unanimous. Okay, 2H. All those in favour? All those against? Okay. That's a majority 4. I don't know any abstentions, are there? No. Okay, sorry. Abstention 1. Okay. That's a clear majority in favour. Okay, on the last one of 2, so it's number 2I. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? 1. It's a majority 4. Okay, thank you. That's the end of section 2. We'll now move straight on to section 3. 3A. All those in favour? Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's a clear majority.
Yeah, then it's 3C, because we're not doing 3B.
Yep. Next one's 3C. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's a majority. That's unanimous. 3D. All those in favour? Yep. All those against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. 3E. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That one is passed. 3F. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Unanimous on that one. That's 3F. 3G. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Again, I think that's unanimous. 3H. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous again. 3I. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? One. That's a clear majority. 3J. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? It's a majority. That's unanimous. Did we do J just then?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. We're now. Yeah, we're on 3K now. Yeah. All those in favour? All those against? One. Any abstentions? It's a clear majority. Thank you. 3L. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. 3M. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? A clear majority. 3N. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Clear majority for N. 3O. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? One. Clear majority in favour. 3P. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. 3Q. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Clear majority. 3R. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? It's a clear majority. And the last one, 3S. All those in favour? All those against? It's carried.
Is that 27? Have we got any abstentions?
Have we got any abstentions?
We're just going to check the maths on that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, we're going to do.
Put your hands
Okay.
up if you voted against.
No, let's do all in favour first.
No, because we know. Because I think all of Reform put their hands up to vote for, so we know
Yeah.
that there's 26 votes because they're all.
Plus the two Labour, so
Oh,
that's
26,
28.
and we had
28. That's 28. Okay. So. Okay. I think we should just do it again, just to be sure. Okay, so we're just to remind everybody, this is 3S. All those in favour, please put your hands up.
Yes, we've got against. Yeah, we've
Okay.
got that.
Okay, that's 4. All those against?
No, no. Yeah, it's 28.
So is it 28-28?
I think so. It's 28 and 28.
Okay.
So, Chair, you get a casting vote.
Okay, well, I'm going to...
Hang on. It's 28. No,
I'm voting, so, yeah.
So, hang on.
Yeah. So, it's,
So my understanding is that we've got 28 for, so it's a 26 reform, and then 2 Labour makes 28. Then the rest of the members voting against was 28 because the chair did vote. So as we now have an equality of votes, the chair then has a casting vote. So if the chair is going to vote against, then that means that this saving does not carry.
so,
Yeah.
so I'm
You
going
have to
to
vote again.
voting against. Okay, thank you. Okay, well done, everybody. I think we've earned our lunch. We'll have a break now for lunch.
What time until? We need someone to come back.
Yep. So we're normally 40 minutes, isn't it?
Whatever
We do it half an hour?
Whatever you want. No, do it 40.
40, yeah. Okay, we're going to... It's now 10... It's now 10 past 1. We're going to meet in 40 minutes. So that's 10 to 2. And we are going to be starting at 10 to 2, okay? Fine. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. If you could, we're now doing agenda item 8, which is notices of motion. If you could turn to pages 223 to 226. We've got 4 notices of motion that have been received by Legal and Governance. 2 and 4 have been withdrawn. I'm going to remind you that there's a maximum of 90 minutes set aside for all discussion and for all the notices of motion. So I'd ask you to be as concise as possible.
2 and 3 withdrawn.
2 and 3 withdrawn, sorry. Should an amendment to a motion be moved, the allocated time set aside for the motions will be paused until after a hard copy of the amendment has been circulated around the chamber. Okay. So I'm going to move straight into, so before we start talking about motion 1, I've just got to make a point that any councillor who lives near a large-scale planning development, I'm going to ask that you declare that at the beginning now in a few moments, because we need to make sure that's on record. And if you choose to speak as well, I'd like you to say something when you actually come to speak on that item. So first of all...
Can we just clarify how far from a major development? I can see one, but...
Same ward. If it's in your division. Okay.
Declaring an interest, isn't it?
Yeah, we are not saying that this is. Look, I can hear Councillor Casey. Please don't call me ridiculous. I can hear it. So we are doing this. So I can hear Councillor Hardman totally ridiculous. Thanks for that. just so I'm clear, totes ridics. So this is not a DPI. So we're not saying that you are financially benefiting from this. So this is just going to be a declaration. You can still contribute and you can still vote in the debate. So close proximity, I'm not going to put a distance on it. It's actually not for me to tell you that. That is for you to make your own declarations as you see fit. So I shouldn't really have to put the distance on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can you... I'm going to ask you to put your hand up now if you want to declare an interest. You record those, please.
Yeah, everyone has to declare it. Is it in favour?
So, if you could use yellow card as well, please, for us, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Better safe than sorry.
It's just in case it comes up in the planning thing later on. So. And as I say, if you come to speak on it, if you just say it again. Thank you. You got everyone?
Yeah, I was thinking about where I live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Brilliant. You can put them down now. Thank you. Right. So I'm going to ask the signatures to move and second the motion formally. Councillor Nick Price to move.
I move the motion, Chair.
Would you like to speak on the
Yes,
motion?
I'll speak on this one, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, members, this motion is a motion about partnership, accountability and delivering better outcomes for the residents of Worcestershire. This motion is not about blame, it is about collaboration. It recognises that we are strongest when county and district councils, WRS and our partner agencies work together, sharing information, learning from experience and active collectively in the interests of our communities. We all represent residents who have experienced long periods of disruption near major development or infrastructure activity. They speak of dust settling on their homes and cars, of persistent noise and vibration, of traffic disruption, and of the stress of uncertainty that comes with not knowing when conditions will improve. These experiences are not isolated. They occur across Worcestershire, in towns, villages, and growing communities alike. They affect families, schools, older residents, and those with existing health conditions. Too often, residents are told that little more can be done because the law itself limits what councils can require. Chair, this is the challenge this motion seeks to address, not by criticising any authority, but by improving the system we all operate within so it delivers better outcomes for residents. The legislation that underpins environmental protection and statutory nuisance, the Public Health Act of 1936, the Control of Pollution Act 1974, and the Environmental Protection Act of 1990, was written in a very different era. It predates modern construction practices, modern traffic volumes, and our current understanding of cumulative health impacts. Our officers in Worcestershire Regulatory Services and colleagues across our district councils work hard and professionally within those constraints. But as they themselves have acknowledged, the tools available to them are limited. Thresholds are high, enforcement options are narrow, and the law offers little flexibility to respond early or proportionately when harm builds over time. This motion supports those officers. It recognises their professionalism and seeks to strengthen the framework they rely on so they can achieve better outcomes for the communities they serve. It sets out 3 clear areas of focus. First, it affirms the environmental disturbance should be treated as a public health concern, helping ensure residents feel heard and supported when disruption affects daily life. Second, it commits us to closer collaboration with district councils, WRS, public health, education and other partners so information can be shared more effectively and responses are coordinated rather than fragmented. Third, it calls on government to modernise statutory nuisance and environmental protection law, enabling councils to act earlier and more effectively when residents' health and well-being are at risk. A central feature of this motion is the proposal for a joint county-wide lessons learned review. This is a constructive step focused on understanding where communication and coordination can be improved and on ensuring more consistent outcomes across Worcestershire. This is not an anti-development motion. Worcestershire must continue to grow. New homes, infrastructure and economic opportunity are essential, but growth must be balanced with responsibility that ensuring health, well-being and quality of life are protected as communities expand. I also want to place on the record my thanks to officers across the County Council, District Councils and WRS. Their work is often complex and demanding. This motion seeks to support them by improving the environment in which they operate and strengthening partnership working. Chair, this motion gives us an opportunity to lead constructively, not by acting alone, but by working together, not by focusing on process, but on outcomes that matter to residents. By supporting this motion, we are committing to clearer coordination, stronger accountability and better protection for the people across Worcestershire. I therefore commend this motion to Council and ask members across all parties to support it in the same spirit of collaboration, responsibility and shared purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I formally second that motion but do not wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put it to the council. Do we wish this to be dealt with today? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to ask for people who would like to debate. Councillor James.
Thank you, and I'm talking on behalf of the Conservative Group. Chairman, let me begin by saying that we in the Conservative Group do understand the issue faced by residents living adjacent to large construction sites. Dust, pollution, noise and prolonged disruption are real and genuine concerns, and they can have a genuine impact on people's quality of life. Indeed, I understand that one of the members bringing forward this motion experiences this impact personally, which is why we have declared our interest. So there is no dispute about the problem. What does surprise the group, however, is the disconnect between the words in this motion and the actions of the current administration. Because at the same time as telling this council there is an urgent and desperate need for more pollution monitoring and environmental controls next to building sites, we earlier cut the budget to monitor pollution in the area of refuge sites. This raises a very simple question. Are we now saying that residents who live next to household waste sites are no longer a priority for this council? Because pollution does not become less harmful depending on its source. If air quality and public health matter, and they do matter, then they must matter consistently, not selectively. There is also a broader structural issue here that this motion does not fully grapple with. Many of the powers it calls for around planning conditions, enforcement, construction management and environmental regulation do not sit with this county council. They sit with district councils and Worcestershire Regulatory Services. Passing motions demanding action where we have lack direct authority risks raising expectations that simply cannot be met. This is why the Conservative Group believes that the most meaningful change will come through local government reform, where services are better joined up, responsibilities are clearer, and environmental controls can be built directly into planning decisions, monitored and enforced by our own integrated services. When that happens, we'll be in a far stronger position to act decisively. Until then, we should be honest with our residents about what this council can and cannot do, rather than turning this chamber into a talking shop. Passing motions that sound decisive. Continue to chunter, that's fine. Sound decisive, but deliver little in practice. Finally, Chairman, I do think it's worth noting that this motion bears the names of 2 Cabinet members and the Leader of the Council. With that level of executive authority, residents would reasonably expect them to just do it, rather than put a motion forward. The previous administration understood how to work constructively across councils and teams to deliver real outcomes. We focus on using the powers available, enforcing conditions properly and working with partners, not issuing declarations about systems we claim are broken whilst cutting the very services that need to make them work. However, what we will say as a group is we support the idea of this motion and we will vote in favour for our residents, but not because the administration has tabled it.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really know how to follow that, but I'll be speaking on behalf of my group. To put it on a record, I'd like to thank the movers of the motion for bringing this motion forward. I know personally, Councillor Price, you have been campaigning quite a bit on this. You are my local county councillor, so I do hear the stuff that you are doing. Overall, I think what you're saying, overall, it was correct. You know, these things need to be monitored better. We need to get better data for residents. And I think one of the big concerns I always have is that data needs to be available for people to be able to see. And that's one of the things you're trying to call for. So I won't speak for 5 minutes because I don't want to be accused of making a talking shop for something I was in favour of. So I'll just say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Just to broaden this a little bit, my parents and I lived next to a quarry and a plant which made cement, and that obviously was under the jurisdiction of this particular council in the past because they gave permission for it, a mineral plan and all that. And we suffered huge pollution every single summer. Dust would blow all over our cars, into our lungs and across our garden. And so, you know, it's not just housing developments, it's also mineral extraction and any other major industrial usage, which, you know, this council has some input into. I don't accept that this council has no responsibility for that and it's all down to districts. I think the liaison between them all is crucial, and I'm sure that's happened in the past, but anything that strengthens that would be a really good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Just in the interest of transparency, when we were talking about interest in this, I have development going on in my division, not on the level probably most of these are talked to, but I don't live anywhere near any development. Thank you. I'm pleased to speak in support of Councillor Price's motion today. It is a motion that goes right to the heart of why we are all here, to protect the people of Worcestershire, to safeguard their health and well-being, and to make sure that when problems arise, our systems respond with fairness, compassion and common sense. For many residents, particularly families and older people, the effects of long-term construction are not abstract. They are felt every single day, in the air they breathe, in the constant background noise, in the stress and anxiety of not knowing when it will end. We have all spoken to residents who feel that their concerns have been passed from one organisation to another, each doing their best but no one able to take overall responsibility. This motion recognises that the problem and sets out a clear constructive way to fix it. It calls for county-wide lessons learned review, not to criticise but to understand, to improve and to make sure that no resident is ever left feeling unheard again. It brings together the County Council, the districts, Worcestershire Regulatory Services, public health and our schools, all working as one to protect the communities that we serve. I also welcome the motion's clear call for national reform. The laws we rely on to protect residents from environmental harm were written decades ago. They simply haven't kept pace with the realities of modern development. Local authorities are doing everything they can, but they are trying to apply 20th century legislation to 21st century problems, and that doesn't work anymore. Chair, this motion is practical, compassionate and forward-looking. It builds on partnership, it values transparency and it focuses on residents' health and well-being, exactly where our priorities should be. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bastow.
Thank you. I support this motion because it reflects what many residents across Worcestershire are already living with day to day. Everyone understands that new homes are needed, but that cannot justify people being left to endure constant dust, noise, vibration and disruption for months or even years on end. For families, older residents and children, this goes far beyond just an inconvenience. It affects health, well-being, learning. When people are reporting respiratory issues, anxiety and exhaustion, it's clear that the system is not working as it should. What's also clear is that the legal and regulatory frameworks we rely on have not kept pace with modern development. They were not designed for the scale or intensity of today's construction sites, and that leaves gaps where residents feel unprotected and unheard. This motion is sensible and proportionate. It focuses on better monitoring, clearer communication and stronger partnership working with district councils and regulators. Most importantly, it puts residents first by committing to transparency, engaging directly with affected parties and pressing government to modernise the law. This council is doing exactly what it should be doing, standing up for the people it serves and making sure development is done responsibly.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, if I can just start by thanking the movers of this motion for bringing this forward. I'm more than happy to get behind this and support this. I think it's very good that we're going to take these steps forward. In my division of Bromsgrove East, we have development going on as well. So we've got development up to the border of Redditch and Bromsgrove. Likewise, people living within the town of Bromsgrove have development around the west. And there are also, as Councillor Bennett raised a really good point, you know, it's not just about residential development, there's also major infrastructure projects as well. So I know I'm going to say the buzzword, but BREP is a major infrastructure development project also going on through the town of Bromsgrove. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank the movers of the motion for bringing this, and I do really just want to say, you know, I very much welcome the paragraph about the environmental and air quality monitoring data, because, you know, obviously there are issues that residents are reporting with regards to residential development, but also, you know, for those on the A38 and stuck in traffic, all throughout Bromsgrove and, you know, up through Licky End and on the Oakles as well, because of BREP. That'd be well appreciated. So thank you very much, and happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as everyone would welcome changes, I believe. But a couple of questions I would like to ask. For the farming community, for over the years I've had complaints of pig farms creating unwarranted smells from when they're clearing out. It's not going to affect the farming community, I wouldn't have thought, this motion. And the second question I'd like answered is, some years ago we resurfaced the link road between the M5 and the Claines roundabout, and that caused a tremendous amount of response from residents, and it was in the media, that the noise on the wearing surface that we put on this road created unwarranted ambient noise. Will we be looking at when we, would that be a part of reducing noise on roads? Would this affect that, and would it help prevent that type of negative response coming forward to the council in the future? Those are the two questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kearsey.
Chairman, thank you. I'm not surprised that you want to bring something forward in relation to planning laws, because certainly this Labour government at the moment are trying to destroy our countryside. However, presumably, Councillor Price, before you brought this motion, you've responded to the National Planning Policy Framework changes that are out for consultation at the moment, which obviously would be the vehicle to use. I appreciate whoever it was that said that planning is complex and demanding, and it certainly is on the decision maker. makers. And I sit every month in this chamber on the planning committee and make all sorts of decisions that I absolutely would not want to make, but I have to based on the planning laws that exist as it stands at the moment. But I'm really interested in, you're saying to work proactively with district councils, and I'm interested in the names of the councillors that are against this motion. So I noticed Councillor Hume, and I was also really interested to hear Councillor Bastow speak so passionately about this. And I can only speak for these two councillors because they're the only ones that have spoken and are named that are within Wychavon. But as to my knowledge, that neither of them have ever responded to any planning applications of whatever size within their division. And I've actually mentioned Councillor Bastow at Planning Committee twice because I've actually called on him to respond. So as far as working proactively, I would urge members to, if you have something in your division, do something about it that you're in control of doing now. And that is come to the local planning authority, give us your views and do what you need to do. As far as instructing the Cabinet Member for Education, I would rather that the Cabinet Member for Education looked at education provision. I'm still waiting in one of my wards for the Section 106 for education to be assigned to it. And it shouldn't be my job to actually chase it up. So all I would say to you, fine for the motion, but there's a lot more things that you can do if you're looking after everything that's within your division. And that's what I would urge members to do, because it then helps the planning committee.
I think Councillor Bastow, you were named. Do you want to comment on that?
Thanks, Emma. You've never actually reached out to me about anything. I have commented on planning when asked, especially in regard to Hampton Footbridge. I just think you're still rather angry.
Okay, let's draw a line under that and we'll carry on.
Chairman, sorry, point of order. I was named and I absolutely need to come back on that, please.
Hang on. Okay, over to you first then.
Thank you. I don't have any major developments underway in my division at the moment, but I would certainly have opinions to put forward should that position change. I have objected strongly to developments of the Hampton foot and cycle bridge, as I think is common knowledge.
Councillor Foster, I'm sorry.
Chairman, sorry, I've been named by Councillor Bastow has actually accused me of being angry.
Sorry, they were replying to you, so you've had your chance to speak now. Sorry, we're now on to Councillor Foster.
Well, I think that's actually out of order, that I'm allegedly angry and can't answer the point.
No.
It's not for me to reach out to a county councillor to get them to do work in their division.
Councillor Keasley, the chair's decided we're moving on, so out of respect for the chair, I think we're now moving on to Councillor Foster.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I speak today in full support of Councillor Price's motion, a motion that focuses squarely on the health, well-being and protection of our residents, particularly our children during major developments and construction activity. This is not a motion against development, it's a motion for balance, accountability and modern standards of protection. It recognises that while new homes and infrastructure are vital for Worcestershire's growth, the people who already live, learn and work in these communities must not pay the price through poor air quality, dust, vibration or ongoing disruption. As Cabinet Member for Education and Send, I'm particularly concerned about the impact these conditions have on schools, pupils and families. We know from research and from experience that environmental factors such as dust particles, noise, etc. can directly affect children's concentration, attendance and long-term health conditions. From an education perspective, I particularly welcome the motion's commitment to engage with schools located near large construction sites. We're currently doing that in relation to Hollyoaks Field First School, which is in my ward, Redditch West. This will allow us to assess risk to children's health, to staff well-being, and to the learning environment more broadly, and to feed that insight into wider policy and public health planning By supporting this motion, we are strengthening our partnership, supporting our officers and sending a clear message to government that councils need modern powers to protect modern communities. For all these reasons, I fully support this motion and urge members across the chamber to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Price, for putting this motion in today. I will, of course, be supporting it. I mean, I personally, there is one development in my division which I am not affected by, but I have been speaking to residents on this, and there are things we can do as a county council. I've actually been round twice over now and spoken to the managers of this development. But I'm also very much aware that they've got a construction environmental management plan, right, which will detail traffic, hours of work, noise and air quality, and how they're going to deal with that. Now, these types of documents are freely available. They are on the planning portal, and you can download these, and so it gives you a lever which you can use to, put some pressure onto these people, and then go to local enforcement if needs be. I say to everybody, get in there and try and do something about it. So, as I said, I'll be supporting this today. And just something on Councillor Birch said earlier. I'm sorry, I might have got that the other way around, but it was about pollution control on landfill. So might have it the wrong way around, right? But it was about, you mentioned about reduction of budget on pollution control, right? And that is to do with sharing costs with the landowner at a landfill site. So it's actually a saving, really, than a reduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be speaking on behalf of the Green Independent Group, and I'd like to declare there are various large developments either ongoing or going to start in my area, especially in the parish of Kemsey. I will be supporting this motion. It's a good motion, but I do feel I'm a bit like on the road to Damascus, because here we are, the Conservatives are going to support it, from what I can hear, and see a few nods, which is great. But strange enough, with the mineral extraction plan we voted through during the last administration, I proposed an amendment for mineral extraction sites that we simply put in a buffer zone of 200 metres to try and protect residents. And that's what you're trying to do today. But they rejected it. The rest, the Labour, Lib Dems, the Greens, Independents, we all tried to get this through, and they voted it down in their hordes. So it's gone through. You can basically build up to the boundary of a residential home with all that dust, noise and pollution as you extract the minerals. And I'd put it to the reform members of the planning committee that if you vote for this today, please cast your mind back to last year where you voted in my area of Ripple and Uckenhall for a mineral extraction site that we went to look at. Again, it abuts residential homes. So if you vote for this today, how can you vote for something in the future that's similar? Because the two don't go together. If you vote for this, you need to stick to it when you sit on the planning committee. If this passes today, I think that we need to have another look at the mineral extraction plan, because maybe then at that stage we need to revisit bringing in a 200-metre buffer, because it's clear today members want to protect residents, and I hope they want to protect all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll let that go. Okay. Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate, I'm not speaking on behalf of any party. I'm representing and speaking for my residents. I've got several large housing estates around us and in my division, and they are causing us problems. And in particular, we are affected by construction traffic. And it's on that issue I'd just like to address the cabinet member responsible putting it forward. Normally, construction traffic routes are part of conditions, and they're normally looked at by the county council and they are taken out if they're approved correct, and you can discharge that through the county council approving it. Unfortunately, residents are not consulted on those. I've tried and I've failed on every occasion, and more importantly, they're never enforced by the officers, whether it's the local planning authority or the county council. So they're my concerns, and I particularly like the bit about lessons learned on a joint county-wide basis, and I do welcome that, and I would like construction traffic routes brought into that lessons learned, because I think we've got a lot of lessons learned there. So thank you, Councillor Price, for bringing this forward. It's more than welcome, and certainly welcome by my residents, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Must admit, at the start of this debate, I was a bit puzzled because there was reference to an earlier item, 3M, which actually relates to the cost-sharing agreement with Wienerberger of monitoring and management of the closed Hartlebury landfill site. So it's quite a separate topic from this. But putting that to one side, good air quality is a basic human right. I welcome this motion, but believe it should have a wider remit than just development sites. Particulate matter, for example, results from traffic, domestic boilers, wood fires and stoves, garden bonfires. It's an established fact that poorer people are disproportionately affected by poor air quality. They simply cannot afford to move to areas with better air quality. So to address air pollution from traffic, but also for other health and local economy benefits, we at Worcestershire County Council have a duty to boost active travel, and I look forward to effective steps to improve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment. The planning laws do not currently support penalisation of bad developers because each planning application has to be addressed on its own merit. This did come up in District Council, and I found it astonishing that a bad developer can continue to develop in our district time and time again. So I propose that the leader of the council write to the housing minister, urging them to review this particular clause in planning laws, that we should be able to disallow further applications by developers that have caused pollution that is not that wasn't a level of pollution higher than that was originally agreed contractually. So we should be able to strike off developers who do not keep to the contract.
So can I just check, have we got something in writing so it's very clear to all members what this amendment is, and then we'd need a seconder on it?
Okay, yeah, I can write it. I've written it on my paper, so.
So it might help. So if you just tell me what particular bits you're striking through.
Okay.
Under the council resolves to add a bullet point, then say what.
The council resolves to write to the Minister of Housing, urging them to review planning laws whereby council can penalise bad developers, by which their subsequent applications, can I say maybe prejudiced?
Can be denied.
Can be denied.
Hang on. So I've got to write to the Minister of Housing, urging them to review planning laws where councils can, what's that, penalise?
Well, deny further applications of planning. Should they have ignored? What we have is a bad developer can create a lot of toxic waste, or can create.
Sorry, Councillor, but we're going to need the exact wording, otherwise councillors will not know what the amendment is. And what is a bad? So I can see challenges to this because what would we classify as a bad developer? What would we mean by penalising? It would have been helpful if we were going to have amendment that we'd have had this in advance so we've got time to consider it, because I meant to review to see whether or not it is negating the motion, etc. So I'm trying to be helpful and understand, but what I don't want is that we go ahead and agree an amendment which comes back to bite us as a council.
I think writing to okay. I think writing to a minister isn't going to come back and bite us, is it?
But it depends what we're asking us to what's in that letter.
Okay. A review of planning laws to enable us. Okay, let me change that. To take into consideration.
Chair, on a point of order, can we just simply adjourn for 5 minutes so consultation with the legal and member can take place?
We'll do that. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's do
okay.
that.
And while the wording will be agreed, and then that will be put to the council for discussion. Okay. Okay. 5-minute adjournment.
Yeah, I mean, what we need to be saying to her is she needs And it's not just me that thinks that, so does my town. And so at the end of the day, we need more powers, we actually need to do more. And I've got to be honest, I'm absolutely sick and tired of listening to Conservatives playing the victim. You were in power for so long, and now it's like, oh, woe is us. Don't get me wrong, I'm not happy with Labour either, but this is a particular area where I'm sick and tired of hearing it.
Okay, we're at the end of debate now. There are no further speakers, so we're going to move. So the proposer can now sum up.
Well, that was quite interesting. I recommend we go straight to the vote.
Right, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No. I think that's unanimous. Thank you. Brilliant. We're now moving to motion number 4. And I'm going to invite the signatories to move and second the motion formally. Councillor Anthony Upton. Motion number 4.
Chair, I move the motion. In bringing this motion, I move that the council really considers and has a look at how it controls and monitors work, especially utility work outside school premises during term time. This comes out of a situation I was faced with last August at a school in Kidderminster, where Cadent turned up 5 days before the school term began and decided to start laying pipes, which they had initially been given a permit to do in February of 2025, but that permit was lifted because of concerns on how they were carrying out the work. In doing that, apparently they left a live gas head under the pavement, which had to be sorted within 6 months. So come 5 days before the beginning of the autumn term, they turned up and started ripping the pavements up outside the school. And initially, the concern was there was no pedestrian management in place. So I had residents talking to me and complaining. So street works had to go out and sort that out. 5 days later, we had the start of school term. And then it really went ballistic as regards the concerns and the complaints I was having about how the traffic management was not in place outside the school, and neither the school nor the residents or the parents had any idea of what was going on. Street works again were called out. They sorted out a few small problems, and then for 6 weeks these works carried on. Now, I understand that there are procedures in place, and we do look at this as regards the council, but for some reason, and I just wonder if it needs looking at, the concern that there seems to be a complete lack of communication in this between the school, Cadent, and possibly how the council discuss these things with the school. It doesn't seem realistic that we put these things outside schools during term time. It doesn't seem realistic that we create this sort of mayhem where children and children's safety in crossing the road is concerned. The lack of communication seems to me to be totally unacceptable. Cadent appeared to have no obligation to liaise with the school. They just turned up and did what they wanted. No communication there. And I'm sure as councillors, we can all agree that we must ensure that the children's safety and well-being is preserved outside of school premises. So my motion is to have the council to look at this situation where we can be proactive in these situations, and where we can identify if there's going to be a problem with utility work being carried on outside school. And I do understand where emergencies are concerned, we have to accept that. That in actual fact happened last week outside the same school. But it seemed to me that I had to deal with a lot of bad communication where it could have been avoided with a little bit of proactive foresight on behalf of everybody, where everybody knew what was going on, everybody was aware of the situation, and it could have been avoided completely. So that's the reason for this, and I'll ask for a seconder and reserve my right to reply. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this motion, and I reserve my right to reply. Having recently sat in a meeting with officials from Cadent.
So you're speaking on this item now?
He's just read out the wrong bit, that's what.
Having sat in the meeting with officials from Cadent and been made aware of the extent of the replacement gas pipes to be carried out across the county over the next 6 years, I feel it would be an ideal opportunity to look into ensuring we illuminate all road and utility work outside and around the close vicinity of any school premises during term time. Cadent have indicated they are willing to listen and rearrange scheduled work to ensure any inconvenience to the communities is kept to an absolute minimum. This shows our commitment to communities as a responsible council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask if the council wish this to be discussed and dealt with today. Agreed? Thank you. So, first person I've got is Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to make this very brief. My understanding is that this motion is requesting the council does what it is already supposed to do and follow the policy which is already followed as far as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I should be brief. I am speaking on behalf of the Conservative group, and indeed my comments are much in line with what has just been spoken. As I understood the position, this was already adopted council policy, and I wonder whether the Cabinet member with responsibility could confirm that. And in which case, why are we not just doing why are we not simply ensuring that our council policy is adhered to?
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
I'm glad I put my hand up just after you, Councillor Hoss. Yeah, thank you as CMR. I am choosing to speak on this. I would thank you for raising this important point, and absolutely, schools need to be given full consideration. As has been alluded to, it is standard operating procedure, or SOP, that this is the case. However, it isn't always possible to guarantee that no works will occur during term time. Just to give a bit of context around that for everyone, the Streets Works Permit Scheme operate under a strict national legislation and cannot be amended locally. Permits are managed through the government street manager team, and the team deal with between 100 and 150 applications daily. Each is carefully reviewed to minimise disruption, but again, that isn't always the case, and where emergency works are required, they have precedent and a two-hour window to submit their application in retrospect. We do work closely with utilities and developers to coordinate activity and encourage them to communicate with affected schools and communities. The high level of development and ongoing maintenance means some overlap with term time is occasionally unavoidable. Overall, as has been said, this is a really important point. It does fall within our SOP, but it is something that we should also consistently bear in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. So, as other speakers have said, it's actually something that within our gift that we should be doing already. I would say that there's a potential scrutiny task and finish work here, because if we were to widen this out, because, you know, whilst I understand the village school is really, really important, but so is the village shop. For 3 months, no access to the shop because of a prolonged cadence new gas line, then that in the village pub and the church and everywhere else. It isn't just the school that I would want to focus on, because I think that rural businesses can be absolutely crucified for a 3-month road closure. And so whilst we do look at all these permits, a lot of permits, but it's the monitoring of those permits that is the tricky bit. Because we tend to say, yes, Cadent, you can go in there for a month or so, but are we actually monitoring what they're doing on a weekly basis? I suspect we haven't got the resource to do that. And, you know, the local residents, I'm sure I speak for everybody, get really frustrated when they see nothing happening, but the road is still closed. So there's a work to do here. I mean, if Councillor Perks just holds on a minute, I'm sure he'll have an opportunity to respond, although I haven't named him until that point. I've now given you the opportunity. So I would say to the proposer of the motion, I accept what you're saying, but let's broaden it out to being more than the village school, lots of facilities there which are equally important.
Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you. Do you want to let Councillor Perks go first? No? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I will be speaking on behalf of the Green and Independent Alliance group. Again, I will be supporting this motion, you'll be pleased to hear. I think we need to acknowledge how hard our officers work to actually help the network flow, because an awful lot of things happen every day on our network. Severn Trent being one of my least favourite organisations in the world. Their ability to dig a hole, put some traffic lights up, that then stop working, they come back, then they stop working again. The hole's there for 2 weeks, then they fill it in, and you've no idea if they've actually done anything. And I suspect I'm not the only councillor that's had that problem. The problem with this motion is, of course, that what do you do if the gang that's going to do the work during the school holidays is delayed on the job before? May not be their fault, they may all have COVID, that's happened to me. Or the big bit of kit has broken down, so they can't actually do the work. So I think we've already got the rules and regulations in place, as Councillor Wells and others have said, to actually enforce this. I will support your motion, but I think it is a wider issue. It's not just outside schools, it is outside pubs, it is outside the one and only shop in Kemsey, which was closed this week for about 3 or 4 days, but that's a different story. I think that's about all I really have to say, but apart from the fact we need to have more teeth or more willingness to enforce and be stricter with the people who come along to our residents' highways, because it is their highways, and dig up holes and just leave dodgy lights there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and Councillor Wells stole a little bit of my thunder in terms of scrutiny. I believe this should have come to scrutiny to look at. I'm looking at you, Councillor Upton, who is on environment scrutiny. This could have come to environment scrutiny. We could have got all these answers and see if there's any issues about what is happening. You know, I think Councillor Perks was saying that, you know, there's loads of different factors into that. That therefore could have come to scrutiny. We could have got the actual answers to it. I will support it, but we are there tomorrow, and I would urge you to bring something forward so we can scrutinise it more. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Cadent has been on my lips a lot lately. I'm not very happy with them. Kidderminster Town Hall, they had some planned maintenance to relocate a gas meter, and they made a right hash of it. Tarmacking it, leaving brick. It was all planned. Planning is the issue. Cadent aren't planning. So I'm happy to support this motion. It's about common sense and child safety. Where work's not emergencies, we should be doing everything responsibly possible to avoid disruption outside schools during term time. This motion doesn't stop essential works, but it does ask for better planning and awareness so parents, staff and children aren't put in difficult or unsafe situations. I think that is entirely reasonable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Robinson said what I wanted to say. It sounds like this is a bigger topic that needs scrutiny. So, of course, we support it, but it sounds like it's already a policy of this council and it just needs scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this motion, but I don't really see what actual change it will make to the system that we currently have. I mean, we're trying to implement changes that avoid planning roadworks and utility maintenance in term time. That's already something that I talk to my highways liaison officer about all of the time. But the issue that we have is that all of these companies that do our road work, all of our these companies that do our water works, I mean, they are companies, they're private companies. They are all privatised, and that's why we don't have as much control over them. So there's not much you can do. You might say to a company, oh, you can't start your works at this point because it's during term time, but there's nothing stopping them from starting their works in a school holiday and then extending it, because we don't have control over these private companies, and that's really where the issue lies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Bennett.
I just wanted to add to this that the after effects also need consideration. Sometimes when they finish the work, they don't restore verges and other areas back to the same quality that they were before, and that is something that we could really have a look at in liaison with district councils, and perhaps it comes back to the previous motion we discussed where lessons learned, we can improve on things. So, you know, support the motion, but also the effects afterwards. I mean, I've got one where they've just left verges as just sheer muddy, you know, kind of unfinished areas, and that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other people who wish to speak, so I'm going to ask the proposer to sum up.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Can I just explain that I understand the procedures are there. My point is about the communication that goes on or doesn't go on. When the school is the only factor in this that have no idea what's going on, that to me is where the problem lies, because we had at St Catherine's, we had the staff, the headmistress and the staff donning high-vis jackets and standing outside controlling the traffic. Now, I wasn't aware of this until it happened, but it seems to me that if we could just communicate with the school, communicate with the headmistress, and we can do that as councillors, I understand that. If we have notice of road closures, notice of works, etc., we can go to these schools and say, are you aware of this? This is what's going to happen. If there are any problems, let me know. I've got this coming up again in April where the same school has work being carried out, and it's due to be carried out on the Sunday before they return after Easter. So now I'm aware of it, I can keep my eye on it. But it's not about procedure as such. It's about communication about the procedures. And it's in no way a criticism of the council or the council's workers. Street works were brilliant when they came out. Everything was sorted. But I was just surprised at the utter lack of communication between Cadent, the council, and the schools. And the schools come under the council's remit. So why do we not talk to them? So that's what I'm saying. And I hope, you know, that you can understand that, you know, this is what I want to commend to the Chamber, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. So that's the end of the motions. Okay, so we're now on agenda item 9, which is question time. Please turn to pages 227 to 229. There are 9 questions in all, and the Constitution sets aside 30 minutes for formal question time. I will take 1 question from each member and return for the second question. I'm going to stress that the supplementary question may only be asked with the Chair's consent, and if it arises directly out of the original question or the response provided. Will members please bear in mind it is the opportunity to ask a question and not to make a speech. If 30 minutes allotted for question time is insufficient, written answers will follow the unasked questions. I'm also going to say that I've been asked to allow an additional question under Procedures Standing Order 16.2.3b, which is an emergency question. I've agreed the question relates to urgent business. As the question has not been published, I would ask Councillor Burstow to read out the question to Councillor Price. That will come at the end of the question time, in additional time after the 30 minutes we normally allow. So, first question is to Councillor Curl-Perks.
I think that's me. Yeah, okay. To save time, I'll simply say it's read. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. And unfortunately, colleagues, welcome to the Highway Show. Okay. The bus shelter on Old Street, Upton-on-Severn, is not owned or maintained by Worcestershire County Council. Officers have visited the site and understand the concerns raised. While it is acknowledged that the artwork is not appropriate, there are currently no short-term arrangements, there are no plans to remove the flags, as similar painting has historically been quickly reinstated. In the short term, arrangements will be made to cover any offensive wording. The replacement of the perspex in the shelter will be considered as part of the wider countrywide review of bus shelters being undertaken through the bus service improvement plan.
Thank you.
Is there a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Perks. When I sailed for the Falklands conflict on the Her Majesty's submarine Valiant, I was the signalman, and one of my duties was to look after the flags that we carried, and they didn't come ready prepared. I had to make them up with needle and palm and also wash them. So I'm very proud of our flags. I want everybody to be crystal clear on that. What I don't like is cheap imitation artwork that I think reflects very badly on the whole nation. It's not Banksy, it's something else starting with W, but I won't say the word. You know, it's an absolute disgrace. But I'll move on to what I think perhaps is more important, is the fact nobody claims ownership of this bus shelter, but it has electricity, it has lights. Somebody legally must be responsible for it to do a periodical test on the electrics, because it's a metal construction. If somebody touches it and there's a short, as an electrician, I can tell you things can go really badly very, very rapidly. So what I would ask is, if we can't find out anybody else who owns it, because I suspect it was consumed in a 106 or 278 agreement a long time ago when Upton had its own borough council, district council, whether or not we could perhaps absorb it under the bus service improvement plan and bring it in-house. Thank you.
Mr. Perks.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I will say thank you for your service. I don't want to demean from what you did with what I say. The artwork on the inside of the shelter with the offensive wording has been removed. The flags have not, but I understand your concern. And were we to be in a different place financially, then we would be opting to do something much more robust. With regards to the shelters, I have given an instruction to the VSIP team under the review that we're currently going through. If any are deemed to be unknown, then we are taking that provision and we are taking ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to question 2, which is from Councillor Josh Robinson, again to Carl Perks.
As read.
You, Carl.
We are nailing this, guys. Sorry, too fast. I've gone past. Officers have carried out detailed review of the reported collisions to have occurred on Worcestershire Road, Old Burcott Lane junction to M42, and Old Burcott Lane during recent years. In the last 5 years, 4 injury accidents have been reported. 3 of these collisions were classified as slight, and the most recent, which occurred in November of last year outside of Licky Hills School, was classified first school, was classified as less serious. Detailed analysis of the conditions and causations of each of these collisions indicate highway engineering measures would not influence the outcome or the potential future incidents. We will continue to monitor these roads and all across the county for trends indicating improvement to the highway could reduce the potential injuries, and we will prioritise those locations for inclusion to the capital programme for casualty reduction schemes.
Just to clarify, the Old Burcott Lane and Burcott Lane are 2 separate roads, and Old Burcott Lane is not in my division, whereas Burcott Lane is in my division. So the answer is not accurate, and it's also Licky End First School and not Licky Hills First School. Just to get that clarified, it's a disappointing answer, I'm not going to lie. And I say that a bit about the stuff outside Licky End First School. It was the previous administration that parked the changes that were put forward as part of A38 BREP into the long grass, and this administration has carried on with those plans. Residents in Licky End are rightly concerned and there are no accidents. Can you agree to come and meet with me in Licky End to discuss what can be done, because it's urgently needed? And thank you.
I'm more than happy to come back and visit where I grew up. It's been a while. Yes.
Thank you. Fantastic. Question number 3. This is from Councillor Sam Amar.
Yeah, as
Councillor
read,
Perks.
Chair.
As read.
Sorry. As read. I did.
Thank you, Councillor Amar. To provide residents with information and to give the opportunity to ask questions directly, I have arranged an online public event on the 29th of January with officers available to address questions to the public. This session will allow us to share the latest programme information, outline upcoming activity and address matters raised. Further details have been and will continue to be issued up to the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Perks. One of the first things I did when I was elected is actually call Councillor Perks about organising a public event, and I welcome his online initiative, and I welcome his attitude towards it very much. Can he give me the reassurance that should the online attract, firstly, it will solve a lot. I am sure that residents will appreciate it, but there will be residents possibly asking for an in-person meeting. So can he give me the reassurance he will continue to have an open mind about having an in-person meeting should the online not resolve everything we need to resolve?
I can commit to having an open mind.
But that's all we need. Thank you.
Okay. Question 4. This is from Councillor Marcus Hart, again to Carl Perks. Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, I know the question says safety assessment of Stakenbridge Lane, Kidderminster. I certainly didn't put Kidderminster in the heading because Stakenbridge Lane is not in Kidderminster, and I wouldn't want to upset the residents of the parish of Churchill and Blakedown, of which Stakenbridge Lane is in. So, having said that narrative, would the Cabinet member with responsibility for highways and transport agree with me that urgent action needs to be taken to address highway safety on Stakenbridge Lane by the railway bridge? And in particular, will he request that highway engineers from the relevant teams carry out a full safety assessment of this location to consider even greater warning signage and, given the narrowness of the road further, consider the assessment for the installation of traffic lights?
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I do not agree with his request for a full safety inspection of Stakenbridge Lane. The County Council takes highway safety extremely seriously and welcomes appropriate scrutiny where it is informed by evidence and a clear understanding of the historical context of a location. In relation to Stakenbridge Lane, this site has not been subject to repeated or escalating safety concerns. Professional records demonstrate that issues raised in recent years have related primarily to signage, footway condition, drainage, vegetation management, and the suitability of the route for larger vehicles. These matters have been investigated and addressed where justified or programmed in accordance with the county policy and the available evidence. Concerns regarding signage were raised several years ago and resulted in the implementation of additional warning measures. Footway conditions have since been inspected and further works have already been scheduled, subject to the usual operational and funding considerations. Concerns about the use of the route by larger vehicles led to HGV traffic counts being undertaken. These confirmed that heavy goods vehicles constitute a very small proportion of overall traffic and fall well below the thresholds required to justify a weight restriction or the introduction of a traffic regulation order. It is also important to note that there is no record of any previous requests for traffic signals at this location, nor a full safety assessment of the type now being presented as urgent. Collision data for the past 6 years records a single incident on Stackenbridge Lane with no evidence of a recurring pattern or trend that would indicate a systematic highway safety issue. Nearby junctions have likewise been assessed and do not meet the criteria for casualty reduction schemes, although all sites continue to be monitored as a matter of routine. Highway safety must be governed by data, established policy and professional assessment, and not assertion or rhetoric. Monitoring of this location will continue as part of the Council's normal process, and any new material evidence that demonstrably alters the assessed risk profile will be reviewed rigorously and transparently. In the absence of evidence, resources will continue to be prioritised towards those locations where objective data clearly indicates the greatest risk and the strongest potential for casualty reduction.
I thank, on the face of it, the Cabinet member with responsibility for the comprehensive response, although I don't thank him for the content of that response. And I'm sure, would he agree with me that no doubt the residents of Churchill and Blakedown are going to be exceptionally disappointed with that response, and would he confirm that he would be happy to attend a future meeting of Churchill and Blakedown Parish Council with myself as a local member, where he can explain that response to all of the local residents who will profoundly disagree and would assert that there is substantial evidence that there is real road safety risks as a result of recent road traffic accidents which have damaged street furniture, for example the Brideway sign, damage to property, and police have been called out on at least 2 occasions over the last month or so, and indeed the bridge has been struck by a large vehicle only recently.
I will attend. I will not agree to what is a subjective statement with regards to people's attitude, but I will agree to turn up.
Thank you. Now moving on to question number 5, which is Councillor Sam Evans against Councillor Carl Perks.
Thank you, Chairman. Can the Cabinet member assure residents that the whole of the Bromsgrove Route Enhancement Programme will be completed on time for the deadline of later this year?
I have my bingo card complete. Please be assured that we remain fully committed to delivering the Bromsgrove Route Enhancement Programme, BRET, within 2026. While some elements of the programme have experienced delays, the overall delivery timeframe for completion later this year absolutely remains.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm grateful to the Cabinet member for his reply. Just, I'd like to reiterate, given the fact that the Regent's Park Road project is now facing its 4th timeframe, which was meant to complete in October and has still not been done, and the works were suspended over Christmas and still actually haven't physically started. They're hoping to start tomorrow, so hopefully that will happen. We've also had Stoke Road, which was due to complete in December and is now facing a 3.5-month delay due to complete near the end of March. So given the track record, I'm quite concerned whether we will actually meet this deadline, but I take the Cabinet member completely at his word. But what I would ask is, in the event that we don't meet this deadline, what contingencies are in place, and are there any ways that this council are able to ensure that residents can be compensated for any delay, and are there any form of sort of penalties financially that could be imposed upon the contractors? Thank you.
As the member well knows, there is absolutely compensation coming to his local residents that I have pushed for on their behalf. With regards to guarantees, we absolutely guarantee that we do what we can within our powers. The fact that accidents occur, utilities are in locations that are unknown, is not within our gift, unfortunately. However, we have, and I say we, Councillor Price and I have written to MP Thomas and asked for his help with regards to dealing with utilities companies as a result of the issues that are being faced. Thank you.
Thank you. It's question number 6, which is from Councillor Adrian Hardman to Councillor Rob Wharton.
Yes, thank you. Following the Cabinet member's reply to my question to him at Cabinet as to why Hampton Bridge could not be either delayed or cancelled. Can you enlighten the people of Worcestershire as to exactly what the legal and commercial reasons are?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hartman. As you're aware, the Hampton Bridge scheme has been considered and progressed for many years under the previous administration. There is a policy requirement in the adopted South Worcestershire Development Plan, SWDP 51/2, for the provision of a new pedestrian/cycle bridge across the River Avon from Hampton to the town centre. The bridge is required to provide residents with alternative modes of transport to the car, i.e. to ensure the development is sustainable. Work to date has included concept and detailed design, planning processes including securing planning permission and land acquisition. In October 2024, Cabinet agreed to progress with the scheme, and this provided for delegations to award contracts for construction. Awarding the construction contract has had some challenges. However, we are now in a position where we can move forward with work, able to commence on site shortly. The costs to date are circa £4 million, and they currently sit as work in progress on the balance sheet. Work in progress towards the completion of a capital scheme. There are also developer contributions, Section 106 contributions of £3.7 million towards the scheme. The majority of this is specifically for the bridge itself and is to be spent by a date in the latter part of 2027. We have actively fought for and received the Section 106 funding from the developer, and as planning permission has been granted for the bridge, there is an expectation that the bridge will be delivered. Subsequent planning applications have also been determined, which include the assumption that the bridge will be delivered. In recognition of the relatively new local transport grant, it is recommended that a portion of this be used, less than 10%, in place of Worcestershire County Council borrowing, be used to deliver the key piece of infrastructure in Evesham. If Worcestershire County Council were to delay or cancel the scheme, there would be implications. Any delay will only increase costs and could trigger the return of the Section 106 funding if starting the scheme extended into 2027. If the scheme were cancelled, implications include the spend to date of £4 million, which I said is currently sat on the balance sheet as work in progress, having to be impaired directly to the revenue account. And as you heard earlier today, we can't afford that. And developer funding will obviously need to be returned. Reputational damage in terms of the SWDP and development requirements would also be a risk.
Thank you. Is there supplementary?
There is, Chairman. With sunk costs of £7.7 million and an estimated cost, I understand, that is now £18 million before inflation, does he still regard this project as being value for money?
It's a project, given the circumstances we're under, we have no real choice to halt it. Whether it represents value for money, that's a good question. I wouldn't want to answer that now. But the reason it's carrying on is because we don't have any real option to cancel it.
Thank you. We'll now move on to question number 7, which is Councillor Martin Allen to Councillor Ian Creswell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As read, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen, for this. And this isn't the first time that you and I have talked about this. I seem to remember talking about it at the last council meeting, and you know it goes on. And for those people that are watching this via webcast, this is regarding the Sevenstoke Bund project and the flood alleviation scheme that the Environment Agency have pulled their funding. So although I appreciate the concern from local residents about the position of the Environment Agency-led scheme, and that's important, I would like to ensure that that WCC has made every effort to assist the Environment Agency in the progression of the Sevenstoke flood alleviation scheme. This includes securing a quote for the construction of the scheme by our term contractor, Alan Griffiths Contractors Limited. The Environment Agency recently confirmed that they had to prioritise schemes that demonstrated stronger economic returns to ensure the best value for taxpayers' investments is returned. We continue to work closely with the EA to determine what is possible, and the planned funding contribution from WCC remains in place and is part of the capital project programme.
Is there supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that answer. Yes, we have spoken about it many times, and I suspect we'll speak about it a few more times. Can I just urge you to try and push the EA to get some sort of satisfactory answer and to get them to come and talk to Sevenstoke Parish Council and the residents. This has gone on for years and years and years, and it's a will she, won't we, and I think they're absolutely sick of it. They just need an answer one way or the other. So could you please push them and then all come to talk to the Parish Council? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I don't think there'll be a person in this chamber that wouldn't want to, get a flood alleviation scheme for Sevenstoke. So what I am going to do, and what we are doing, is trying to get off the Environment Agency. Who, when, where, why. They haven't done this. Now they're mandated by law to do a cost-benefit analysis, and it looks like that this just falls very slightly under the hurdle rate, and so we're trying to find out what the reason that is. And once I know, you'll know.
Thank you. We'll now move on to question number 8. That's Councillor Josh Robinson for Ian Creswell.
That's a good moan around the chamber. Can the Cabinet member confirm what steps he is doing to ensure that Worcestershire County Council policy for net zero by 2050 is enacted?
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. The Council's latest greenhouse gas emission report from 24-25, which is going to be published on the website imminently, shows a reduction in net emissions of 41% since 2009-2010. The greenhouse report shows that 73% of all the council emission arise from the disposal of waste, household waste, and there is only 5% coming from gas and electric use within council buildings and 5% from street lighting. So the ability of WCC to achieve net zero depends on other things from central government, and this is the government to achieve fully decarbonised electricity in the grid by 2035. The government's phase down of the gas networks from 2035 to 100% by 2050. So there's a lot going on here. Technological development in the availability of ultra-low and zero-emission LGVs, i.e. transport, and gritting vehicles, and the viability of carbon capture and storage, and technologies of our waste facilities in line with current UK government targets. So we need to invest in WCC in knowledge and resource to improve the energy efficiency of buildings and street lightings where practical, and transition to a fossil fuel-based heating system and fleet vehicles where practical.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary?
Thank you. I'm having a bad day here because the first question I didn't get the full proper answer, and the second question I could have read that from the report. The question is, what steps are you doing to ensure that Worcestershire County Council becomes net zero by 2050? So if you can answer that question, it'd be great. Thank you.
I mean, that's quite easy to answer, to be honest with you. When you do any kind of improvements, you look for an efficiency. So, for instance, the street lighting, they replace street lighting throughout the county, right? They've used lamps that are more energy efficient. That reduces CO2, that reduces electricity usage, that drives value for the taxpayer. It's up to us in the county council to make sure that we look at those efficiencies right across the board, whatever we're doing. So that's in vehicles, materials that we use, the amount of materials, paper, call it what you will, right? But that's how you drive efficiency, by making certain you buy the best available technology with the money that you've got.
Okay, thank you. Question number 9. Which is Sam Amar to Councillor Carparks.
Thank you, Chair. Cabinet Member Responsibility for Highways, you're up again. What measures will be taken to ensure that the Worcestershire On Demand Bus app, just the app, not the actual service, operates effectively and meets community needs, and should its implementation be subject to further scrutiny to assess its usability for the digitally excluded and those with diminished vision.
Thank you, Councillor Amar. The Worcestershire On Demand bus service already includes several measures to ensure it operates effectively and meets community needs. We monitor performance, key performance indicators such as ridership levels and meet demand are reviewed regularly. This helps ensure the service continues to operate efficiently, while robust responses to customer feedback allow the team to identify and resolve issues promptly. For example, by adding new virtual stops or refining operational procedures with operators. In terms of accessibility, while Worcestershire On Demand, or WOD, is primarily designed as a local service for the majority of residents rather than a bespoke service for specific user groups, reasonable steps have been taken to make it as inclusive as possible. In addition to the app, a dedicated telephone booking line is available to support those who are digitally excluded or have diminished vision. Guidance on using the app is also offered at local libraries. For individuals whose needs make it difficult to use conventional or on-demand bus services, community transport schemes remain available to provide more specialised support. Overall, we believe the current arrangements strike a fair balance between operational effectiveness and accessibility, and the service already includes mechanisms to respond to feedback rather than requiring formal scrutiny at this stage.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, I am glad the member mentioned the phone line, because I did call the phone line when the bus, I started using it for my teenagers, and when the bus sort of passed my house, and when the person on the end of the phone line said, we've got nothing to do with the Worcestershire On Demand bus. And this is what I mean about scrutiny. Let me ask the member this. How do we feed our experience to a level where it's very quickly going to be enacted? Because there's few people who are using it quite regularly, and I'm trying to use it a lot more regularly, but I am having some issues and allowing teenagers to sort of like be independently using it. I think it's a wonderful service, absolutely wonderful. I have no grievance with it. It's just a few application tweaks that it needs. So that's why I asked for formal scrutiny. Thank you.
I'd ask in the first instance you raise it with the liaison officer. With regards to the number, I think let's pick that up separately. It's not something that I've come across to now. Thanks.
Thank you. We've now come to the end of the normal question time. We're now going to move on to the urgent question from Councillor Barstow. Please ask a question of Councillor Price. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the Cabinet member with responsibility for strategic delivery, operations, governance and efficiency explain why this new role was created now, what problem it is designed to solve, and how success will be measured for residents?
Well, the question's been allowed, so I'm going to answer it, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bastow, and thank you for the question. This role was created because the Council is operating in a period of significant financial pressure, rising demand and increasing delivery risk, while at the same time managing hundreds of millions of pounds of public money through contracts, programmes and partnerships. The problem the role is designed to solve is not about policy or ideology, it is about delivery. Too often in large organisations, decisions are taken in good faith but fail in practice because delivery, governance and cumulative impacts are not held tightly enough at the centre. The Cabinet Member for Strategic Delivery, Operations, Governance and Efficiency exists to strengthen that grip. It brings together oversight of transformation, major contracts, corporate performance, digital and governance so that decisions taken by Cabinet are deliverable, affordable and translate into real outcomes for residents. I also want to highlight what I said to Cabinet on Tuesday. I want to work constructively with all councillors, including opposition councillors, where there is a shared commitment to improving outcomes for residents and strengthening how the council operates. My door is open and robust constructive challenge focused on delivering outcomes. Can I finish? Focused on delivering outcomes is always welcome. In terms of success, I'm very clear about the test. This role should be judged on outcomes that mean stronger performance against programmes, better control and scrutiny of major contracts, reduced delivery risk, and clear accountability on how public money is spent. If the role delivers real measurable outcomes for residents, it justifies itself. If it does not, then it should not exist. I'm entirely comfortable being judged on that basis. Thank you again for your question, Councillor Bastow.
Thank you. And I think in this situation, I'm guessing I'm not going to have supplementary, are we, on that? No, thank you. Right, so thank you very much for that. We've come to the end of the question times. We're going to move on. We've got one more section to go. I'm thinking we should try and press on as quickly as we can rather than having a separate break. So we're good. Yeah.
Are we moving on? Because there's lots of chuntering to my left.
Might I just ask a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you very much. I understand your discretion to allow emergency questions, but on what basis was that an emergency, and why could it not simply be put to the next meeting of full council?
This question was put to me 1 or 2 days ago, and I used my discretion to make this decision. And it was based on the fact that when the council papers were published, this decision had not been made. And since this is pertinent to the discussions that we've been going on today about the budget and the finances of the council, I deem this to be a relevant question. It is relevant to the things we've been discussing today. And I think it's reasonable that a cabinet member is given a chance just to introduce themselves. So that's why I've made that decision. Thank you.
An emergency.
I'm going to move on now to section item 10. And this is the reports of committees. Okay. Bear with me while I find my papers. Right. So this is a report of committees, audit and governance. Please turn to pages 231 to 235. I'm going to invite Councillor Dan Birch, Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, to present the report. And then I will invite the Council to note the report. Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So the last Audit and Governance Committee meeting back in 2025, we went over the external audit recommendations. It was quite a lengthy meeting and quite a detailed meeting, so I'll thank all members for their attendance, and I'm pleased to confirm that between Councillor Monk, myself and Phil Rook, that the accounts have been signed off in good time, which actually as a local authority we should be very pleased about. If you look at a number of councils, they're not getting their accounts in on time due to the backlog with external auditors. So we're very lucky to have Grant Thornton, who have been able to ensure year after year that we're getting our financial statements in on time, which does of course help us when it comes to financial planning. We also looked at debt management of the council, and it's quite prudent that this comes up, especially with Councillor Price's new role, and we can give you a little job now. Within the debt management process and discussions that we had, it became clear that a number of invoices that we send out, we still send out by paper. We don't send out digitally. Now, we did a bit of research. About 95% of the population now have internet access. So not everybody, but the vast majority. So in our minds as an audit committee, we saw no reason why we shouldn't be pushing for as much as possible for digitalisation of all documents across the board, especially when it comes to debt management, especially when it comes to getting that debt recovered quickly. These are often invoices that are only a couple of days overdue, but ultimately a couple of days, that does make a difference in the grand scheme of things, especially when we're talking about millions of pounds. So ideally, one of the recommendations that came from the Audit Committee is to look at digitalisation of those documents. We have also asked that come the next meeting in March, that the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care attends our meeting to go over the fact that 80% of our debt in progress, which is invoices unpaid over 30 days, relates to the adult and communities portfolio. So we firmly believe that ideally we need to be getting that down. That's £19 million. It's a large sum of money. So ideally we're hoping to have that discussion with the relevant Cabinet Member, and from there hopefully we'll begin to see that figure coming down over the coming years. We also wish to draw Council's attention to the, of course, I'm sure you saw it coming up, DSG, the Discretionary Schools Grant, and the need to address the issues identified through the DSG action plan. Now, I am glad that that is taking place, and I know that Councillor Foster and Phil Rook and Adam Johnson are involved and working collaboratively to try and come up with some action points as to how we address that. But the request from the Audit and Governance Committee is that that's done as quickly as possible. It is seen as a key council priority. We need to see some of those action points coming forward to council, coming forward for approval, and I think all groups in this room recognise that a deficit of well over £150 million, escalating at around 184 million now expected. We do need to be seeing things coming forward to get that down. So the Audit and Governance Committee do kindly request that as soon as we start to see some of those plans and points coming forward, they're brought to council and brought to the Audit and Governance Committee for scrutiny and hopefully then implementation. That's all from me, and as always, you're always welcome to the Audit and Governance Committee, and we look forward to seeing who the administration put forward as their replacement member. Thank you very much, Councillor Price, for your input over the past few meetings, and we look forward to meeting your replacement at the next meeting. Congratulations on the new role.
Thank you. Councillor Kent?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Chair of the Audit, for such an excellent report and wonderful delivery, really. The people of Spotted Droitwich will be really pleased. You mentioned the debt management, and I got dragged into something that, surprisingly enough, wasn't in my portfolio under the previous administration. And it was with regard to this particular item, and I do find it quite disconcerting to hear that we're still sending out paper invoices, because one of the things that was quite clear was we're allocating packages with no idea how they're going to be paid for. And to a certain extent, you can well imagine trying to chase the debt after somebody's passed away and the implications of that and everything else in this particularly challenging area. So I would ask that you could dig into this perhaps to find out what happened, because we went into this in a lot of detail under the previous administration, trying to make sure that there was a means of payment straight away when you were allocating a package, because it was the easiest and quickest time to do it. And we were having all sorts of difficulties with packages being allocated that then weren't subsequently paid for. So I think in terms of making sure we reduce this debt, and the other thing I would ask, which is the difficult question, what is the value of this debt?
Absolutely, we will be taking this away in the March meeting, and it will be one of the key items on our agenda, because the important thing is we appreciate that it's not a nice thing to have to do, to be chasing these debts because of the circumstances around them. But ultimately, we are a local authority, and that's taxpayer money, which ideally we do need to retrieve to put into the services that we do need to continue being able to provide. We aren't a charity, this is taxpayer money, so we do need to look at ways in terms of how we can get this debt back and reduce it. So hopefully, following the March meeting, we'll be able to take some ideas away as to how we can enact that.
Thank you. I see no other people indicated to speak, so we're happy to note this report. Great, thank you. Now on to section 10B, report from the Pension Committee. I'm going to invite Councillor Adrian Hardman, the Chair of the Pensions Committee, to present the report, and then I will invite the Council to note the report. And obviously, Councillor Hardman will answer any questions if necessary. Over to you, Mr. Councillor Hardman.
Well, I'll try, Chairman, to answer any questions put for me. Yes, I present the report as printed in the papers. Thank you.
Does anybody wish to ask any questions? No, in which case we'll move on to noting it. Everyone content? Agreed. Thank you. Now on to agenda item 10C, report of committees, Standards and Ethics Committee, summary of decisions taken. Please turn to pages 241 to 242. I'm going to invite Councillor Sam Evans, the Chair of the Standards and Ethics Committee, to present the report, and then I will invite the Council to note the report, and obviously Councillor Evans will answer any questions if he can. Okay, over to you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And may I start by thanking all the members that took part in the most recent meeting just before Christmas. We had a really good attendance across all parties and lots of helpful suggestions put forward, so thank you all. As many as you will know, since I took over chairing this committee when I was new to this authority, we have been working to try and get some reforms in place, which mean that there will be a time frame for complaints to be both acknowledged and responded to, or either decided that there isn't a response, or vice versa, just to try and speed up the sort of time frame and get some more firm commitments in place. We have also managed to hire a new staff member who is also helping us to clear the backlog of complaints. So very grateful for that as well. And then just lastly as well, there has been an increase in the number of complaints, and there will be a report on that coming to the January committee, which is actually meeting on Wednesday next week. So I invite any member who wishes to take an interest in this to come along to the meeting if they want to do so. So thank you all.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed, and I was pleased to see the monitoring officer return to her seat so that she could listen and hear to what I was going to say. But just a comment and a question, and thank you, Councillor Evans, for his report. And regrettably, I don't think I can make the next meeting of ethics and standards. But my question was going to be, over what period of time has there been a rise in complaints? I.e., is that have a trajectory of several years, or is it, since last May, i.e., this new council coming into being? What's the exact additional resource in terms of the handling of complaints, in terms of the financial cost of this council? And importantly, are we seeing an upsurge in complaints from members of the public on members' conduct, or is it complaints by members on members? And I'd be particularly interested to see a breakdown as to the outcome.
No, I think that's going to be for me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think there are several questions in one. So prior to me coming to this council, there was never an annual report to Standards and Ethics reporting on the number of complaints that had been received in previous years. So last year we did take a report which set out the number of complaints, which I think covered an 18-month period. I now cannot remember off the top of my head, but it was something like 34 complaints. I haven't got the exact number, but running from, say, May to date, we're probably on similar numbers, if not more. Sometimes the complaints are by more than one person, but relating to the same matter. So you can have a view then as to whether or not that is a rise in complaints or not. There can be themes relating to it. So what I would suggest is that these are matters which will be dealt by Standards and Ethics. And we'll cover that off. So I haven't got the figures on previous years because that was not something that was previously tracked. I would say that a lot of the themes relate to social media. I'm definitely not here to stifle political debate. Councillors do have your enhanced right of protection under Article 10. But there could be some training for councillors offered. I'm willing to offer some guidance. Absolutely, I'm not offering that as a dictatorship to say that you must follow this. I'm not suggesting that would be part of the Constitution, but I can certainly offer that as guidance.
Thank you. Now I've got Councillor James. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was quite an apt follow through, probably not the right phrasing on a late afternoon. On that one, I was just wondering, perhaps through the chair or through yourself, Hazel, just what we're doing to raise the bar, especially when it is colleagues who write about other colleagues online. A resident spoke to me, sent me a screenshot the other day where a member of the cabinet had written a comment on social media about me. It was brought to my attention by a resident. That is not bringing our council into a great standing. I know we talk about putting party politics aside, but when we're bashing each other on social media, I don't think that's beneficial. I'm happy to provide the screenshot, but are we factoring that into the work we're doing of improving our standards and raising the bar? Because we deserve better, and our residents deserve to see us not do that in public space.
So, in the arrangements at the moment, we don't actually set out what our test is to allow me to filter them. So that is why there are papers which we've been discussing at Standards and Ethics to allow a series of tests which would establish the public interest test, so it is very clear. And in published papers, one of them is political tit for tat. And I've made it clear since the election in May that where there are complaints by councillor against a councillor, that I refer them to the group leaders. You're right that we don't want to bring the local authority into disrepute. I did allude before that councillors have that enhanced right of protection, but I'm very much looking for the cooperation of the group leaders and those groups that have whips to try and get this under control.
Thank you. That is the last agenda item and the last speaker. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending today. Thank you very much for your support and making this a reasonably positive meeting. And I wish you all the best for the future. And we'll see you next time. Thank you.